Okay, morning everybody. Good morning. It's 9 o'clock, and as you know, it's the set start time. Apologize now for what will be a late start. We are still expecting at least one presenter and a couple of other people who we need to be in the room to start. So perhaps we'll start in about 15 minutes. Thank you for your patience.
could be more exciting than law, regulation, and policy? Karsten yesterday told us that those were 3 bad words. I don't know what Karsten is talking about. Now, obviously, why do we need laws? Why do we need regulation? To keep lawyers and regulators in business, of course. That's a good reason. But beyond that, we heard from Howard yesterday, Howard of NCB, that the internet is the new town square. If we don't have laws and regulations guiding how we operate in that town square, we are going to be in chaos. So the thing is, how do we have just the right amount of law and regulation to allow all of us to be able to do our businesses, to be successful, so that our country can achieve our goal of 5 in 4. Our panelists this morning, they are going to guide us through this thorny issue: regulatory, policy, and legislative issues in countering cybercrimes, because unfortunately, in the town square, we do have those criminals. So to kick us off, we have Mr. Robin Sykes. Robin is an attorney at law who holds the position of Chief Technical Director of the Financial Investigation Division of the Ministry of Finance and Planning. Prior to his appointment at the FID, he worked at the Bank of Jamaica for 17 years. Don't let his youthful looks fool you. Mr. Sykes also acts as chair of the National Anti-Money Laundering Committee, which advises the GOJ on policy measures to combat money laundering and the financing of terrorism. He also represents Jamaica as prime contact at the meetings of the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, the regional body established to monitor Caribbean states' compliance with international standards on money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Robin to the podium.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I am not an expert in cybersecurity. So Camille's introduction, I think I will leave the exciting part up to her. But I think we're speaking on a very interesting topic this morning, because we're definitely speaking on an area that's in flux. It's in flux in terms of regulation, it's in flux in terms of market innovation, and it is in flux in relation to the criminal activity which is attached to this area. So let's see. My intention this morning is to just briefly tiptoe through the framework and environment that we're operating in, mainly from a legal basis. I'm sticking to the area that I know, which is the law. So we're going to look basically at just a few of the elements of the framework, both the statutes and the players, and we will then, I think, have the environment in which we are operating. We can discuss the good points, the bad points, those areas that we're doing well in, and those that we need to improve on. So, as you see, statutes and people. Cybercrimes law, regulatory statutes, criminal statutes. The CFCU of the JCF, a very important player in this whole cybercrime area. The CERT, of course, you can't forget the private sector, regulators, and my own agency, FID. So I think what we are looking at is what can we do in Jamaica to really bring our framework, all the players, up to scratch in terms of 21st century, and I'm going to focus on cybercrime, although there will be some regulatory issues here as well. So of course, I'm sure that this list is well outdated in terms of the types of crimes that can exist. I'm sure in this conference you would have heard of new methods of criminal activity which is conducted through computers and internets and networks. Then apart from express criminality, we have a dilemma that we're all facing, which is modern developments that have this great capacity to do good, but which also have a capacity to be misused for criminal activity. So if you're familiar with the term financial inclusion, that is a view that all our financial products in general, should be spread to the widest audience in Jamaica and globally. And many governments have sought to do this by creating simple products that people can start saving or doing little transactions over networks, which builds commerce and also builds their businesses and creates wealth over time. So areas such as these cyber cryptocurrencies, new payment methods, paying things over your phone, paying things with cards, all of which have a potential for opening up financial services, but also have a potential for misuse. So that will be one of the things that we will, I'm sure, talk about in terms of what is the appropriate approach. So on the law enforcement side, I won't bore you with the main provisions of our Cybercrimes Act 2015, but it's very useful in terms of if you're a technological person, you could look at a provision, just even from the brief description, and say Section 3, unauthorized access to a computer program. So there and then that would be hacking, right? Access with intent to facilitate or commit a crime. So for example, child pornography. Using that computer to facilitate a crime. Then unauthorized modification of a computer program. So let's look at that. Maybe that's ransomware or some program that you have inserted into my computer that's going to affect it. Then authorized interception of computer function or service. That again could be a form of hacking. I'm sure you, the technicians in the audience, would have a greater understanding of what can be done with a computer to facilitate crime. So again, Section 9, malicious communications. So maybe cyberbullying, extortion, unlawfully making a device available for the commission of an offense. Again, I'm very glad the DPP is here, the officer from the DPP, who can probably expand on what's the scope of some of these offenses. But essentially, then I just draw your attention finally to Section 11. So if you watch, for example, that last movie with Bruce Willis, where Die Hard, Harder or something, where all the computer program in the movie took over all of the highway traffic lights and all of Wall Street and everything like that, offenses relating to protected computers. So that would be an attack on our the government infrastructure. So these are real live offenses that we have that, to my mind, uneducated in this area, seem to match some of the things that I've read about. But then on the investigative provisions, so law enforcement can issue, for example, under Section 14, a notice to someone to preserve data. So I could perhaps issue that notice to a school, telecommunications provider, really requiring that person under penalty of law to preserve the data. Search and seizure warrants. There are provisions that if the authorities seize material, then a copy must be maintained and must be given back to the individual if he so requests. and then you have production orders. Then the two provisions at the top, to my knowledge, there are no regulations yet issued under this law, which is sad because this is a developing area. And secondly, the provisions were to be reviewed by a joint select committee. I don't think that has happened. Well, the law was revised in 2015, so I suppose a review has taken place. But my comments is that, yes, we have the offenses there, but do we really have the mechanisms for law enforcement to really combat it? In other words, if the police want to hack somebody's computer, now I appreciate that there are privacy concerns, there are a number of human rights concerns, but in this age where a computer could have details of a terrorist plot, does this law give us the access that we need to foil such a plot? You know? So my question, does the act give law enforcement authorities the strong powers necessary to combat cybercrime? So yesterday in the newspaper, the Investigatory Powers Act in the UK, which allows, from my reading of the story, and it's something that I have to research further, authorities, not necessarily limited to law enforcement, so tax authorities, can have access to browser records. It is creating a firestorm in the UK in terms of, has it gone too far? Some people will argue that we're in extreme days, and these are the extreme powers that are necessary. And then there is also a new data privacy statute that is being promulgated. How will this statute, which is designed to protect, will it run counter to law enforcement perspectives? Then we have our old Interception of Communications Act, which is used for wiretaps, etc. The main thing to note about this statute, I won't spend much time on it, is that that process of getting into someone's communications is rigorously guarded by the courts. This is a difficult warrant to get, and only a few select law enforcement authorities can make that application. The warrants are very limited in time, and essentially the courts review very rigorously that application. Because, of course, you are secretly infringing on somebody's rights to privacy. Then we have our anti-lotto statute. And I just put it here because it has some features in it where, people can be convicted for having possession of certain devices, certain information. And that draw your attention to section 10, which is identity information, something which is a fundamental part of our lottery scam phenomenon. In that, lottery scammers need information on somebody's identity in Wisconsin or Halifax, Nova Scotia, or Oklahoma to run those phone bills up in terms of testing which person is gullible enough to believe that I'm going to give them a prize. So again, there are some elements under our law reform, fraudulent transaction special measures statute. So I'm going to bypass the laws now and just talk about our CFCU. Essentially, this is the hub of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, and I understand that an officer will be a speaker later today. So 28 officers to deal with the cyber incidents in Jamaica. They also have to deal with cyber evidence. So not, whereas we are familiar with offenses that are committed and fall into the category of cybercrime, internet fraud, etc. They also have to deal with run-of-the-mill offenses where they have digital evidence. So if you go on an operation and you uplift laptop, 2 cell phones, this is the unit that has to spend the time to properly download that information, preserving the evidence in such a way that the defendant is not able to say, you compromised, you, the police, compromised my phone, you put in phone calls that I didn't make, etc., etc. So it has to be done in a way that maintains the chain of custody. Correct. So essentially, my message here is that this is woefully inadequate for dealing with the incidents of cyber crimes in Jamaica. And I'm advised 2 weekends ago at another conference that there is a move afoot to double and almost triple the complement of officers here. I should also point out that all units of the JCF, including those that are stationed at the FID, who specialize in financial investigations, are also under pressure because they are pulled from their day-to-day duties to carry out operations such as monitoring local government elections. Or if there's a hotspot or a flare-up, unfortunately, and understandably, police officers have to go to that scene, and that may include my financial specialist or cyber forensic specialist. So there is always an overload of work in this unit of the JCF. Then FID does not specialize in cybercrime, but what we do is utilize specialized powers under the law to trace assets and trace funds that are deemed to be the proceeds of crime. Therefore, we work closely with whichever entities pursuing serious crime to, in parallel with the criminal investigations, do financial investigations to determine, yes, this person committed a crime, he obtained a benefit, we want to quantify that for the court, and then finally seek to recover that money. Sometimes it goes to victims, sometimes it goes to the crown. Importantly as well, we also receive a variety of reports from the financial sector relating to suspicious transactions and transactions under the Terrorism Prevention Act, and also cash threshold transactions. So apart from being an investigatory body, we also deal in financial intelligence, which we receive through these statutes. And my last point is that we're building our own cyber forensics capacity to ease the pressure on the JCF insofar as we want to be able to, on our own operations, be able to download that information from the phones or laptops that we seize. So, on a rough assessment, our cyber law is quite new, right? But there have been convictions. I think there was a case of some individuals who were caught with some skimming equipment and a large sum of cash. They were convicted. We had our high-profile case with this gentleman where text messages on his phone were fundamental to proving his guilt. The reality is that although we're under-resourced both at the law enforcement level and at the prosecutor's level, we do have the capacity to properly manage that sort of evidence and properly present it to the courts. But my view is that if we're serious about cybercrime, You have to resource, particularly the technical investigators in the area. We are woefully under-resourced here. Okay, so that's the criminal law as far as I see it. My couple cents on the criminal law. On the policy front, vigilance and protection have to be fundamental. We can do all the things that we want to do in terms of detection, but if we prevent from day one, we are on the right track. And the GOJ, of course, has the National Cybersecurity Strategy, which is a fundamental tool in us developing a common policy and framework going forward. And then also that document and the policy of the government created the CERT team, which has a number of services that it offers: incident response, handling and coordination, vulnerability response and coordination, alerts and warnings. So that team is also, I understand a speaker will be speaking to you more directly about that team, but of course that is a key means of government building its capacity to address these threats. Now, private sector and regulators. Private sector clearly has a vested interest in protecting their operations as well as the transactions of their customers, and they make massive, massive investments in this regard. They cannot afford breach of their data. They cannot afford hacking. They cannot afford theft. So they are actually not only under pressure from customers, but they're under pressure by the law, because breach of a customer's confidentiality, say by a rogue employee, can actually open that institution up to criminal sanctions in addition to loss of reputation and civil sanctions. Then the role of the supervisor, thank you, Camille, must test the system. The reality is that do our supervisors really have the capacity to properly test the system? Sometimes they have to rely on private contractors because they really don't have the technical capacity, in my humble view. And again, that is a capacity problem that the authorities must face if we're serious about addressing this issue. Then we spoke about the design of the architecture. I know that this is of importance to a lot of the private sector persons. What is the architecture of the future financial services industry, and what opportunities will be there? So, as I was telling my colleagues before, as my knowledge is that the Bank of Jamaica is developing the framework in relation to lower risk customer due diligence. So, as you know, a lot of the current due diligence requirements when you go to open an account are quite onerous, and there's a question as to whether this is stifling financial inclusion and the spread of financial services to the wider public. So they are looking at what would be the appropriate framework to lower the threshold for customer due diligence, to allow for simplified due diligence where the product can be deemed low risk. Then, digital cyber currencies. I know that the BOJ is in discussion with some promoters. My question, though, is that the Banking Services Act, as passed year before last, perhaps, defines banking business as including the issue of electronic currency. Section 10 prohibits the conduct of banking business unless you're licensed under the Act. And then that's the definition of electronic money that you can read at your leisure. But essentially, there is some indication under the Banking Services Act that the issue of electronic money at this time seems to be reserved to an institution licensed under the statute. As to whether that is going to remain the case, that's not clear to me. So, in conclusion, there are many different developments on the landscape, on the horizon. The threat is growing, and the obstacles include lack of resources and capacity, particularly on the government side. I looked at this IDB report on cybersecurity preparedness in Latin America and the Caribbean, and it had 5 different stages. I think the highest stage was a dynamic level of maturity. The second one was a strategic level of security. And the third, and we're talking in terms of lower levels, was established levels of cybersecurity maturity. And in Jamaica's case, we were assessed as having cybersecurity maturity in only a few areas. And beyond those areas, the assessment was that we had a low level of maturity. I don't want to try and encapsulate an entire 135-page report here, but the point is that there is an assessment that we are at a very developmental stage. I think it's a fair thing to say. So my final question is, of course, how will we strengthen the framework, acknowledging that we have limited resources, but we want to do it in the most meaningful way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robin. I think that was an excellent presentation. And I don't know how you all feel, but certainly as we operate in our internet world, I know if I go to my internet bank and find that all my money is gone, I want to know that Robin and the FID and all the authorities have everything in place to trace it, find it, and get it back. So that's part of the reason we need laws to protect all of us. And at this point, we're going to ask Mr. Shiva Visesa, one of our panelists, to take the podium. Shiva is the founder and managing director of Pinaka Technology Solution, which focuses on strategic ICT and information security. He has written and provided informed commentary on the Caribbean digital economy and cybersecurity issues, and is the author of the report Opportunities and Risks Associated with the Advent of Digital Currency in the Caribbean. He holds an MSc in Information Security and also lectures on information security, ethics and law at the Lockjack Graduate School of Business. Shiva.
Hi, good morning. So actually this is my second time presenting at this conference. I think this is a remarkable achievement by Professor Dunn in putting on this for the past 4 years. I would really love to see this moving throughout the Caribbean, increasing awareness on cybersecurity issues. Right, so we went through the brief history. There was a lot of questions yesterday with Kingston on Bitcoin. So I've done technical research on Bitcoin. I've done a socioeconomic study on the opportunities and risks of digital currency within the Caribbean, where we speak to several issues such as anonymity, investigations, those type of issues. So any questions on that, feel free to ask me after, although I'm not dealing with that in this presentation, but it's there. I've also looked at the cybercrime bill in Trinidad and as well as cybercrime legislation development within the Caribbean from a technical perspective, not from a legal perspective. I'm not a lawyer. So, and I've made those analysis public, so you can check those out. Just to give a plug to Mr. Cleveland Thomas at the ITU, who's sponsoring this event as well. We had an event earlier this year looking at innovations in financing and payment systems, and it was well received. It was a 3-day workshop. We're going to have another workshop next year in April. It's going to be 2 days, but again, it aligns well with the theme of this workshop with respect to electronic payments, mobile money, digital currency, those type of issues, and how we could actually use those technologies for the betterment of the Caribbean population. All right, so that's enough of that. We're going to look at, I mean, it was a mouthful, right? Policy, legislation, regulation, that's a lot. But let's look at the arguments for legislation versus technical controls. We're going to look at some real-life scenarios of mobile money vulnerabilities. And then we're going to look at from the perspective of an organization or a SME, what can these organizations and SMEs put in place towards ensuring they don't run afoul of regulation or legislation or policies with respect to cybercrime and cybersecurity? And then we're going to look at something which I've been advocating for, which is the development of a Caribbean cybersecurity ecosystem, which will hopefully address some of the capacity concerns that the previous speaker had. All right, so back in 2014, there was a CTU meeting of heads of government where, one that was looking at cybersecurity. And one of the arguments put forward by one of the presenters was that, there's a lot of focus within the Caribbean on the legislation aspect. But while we are looking at the legislation aspect, we're not putting the technical controls in place. So can we say that our critical infrastructure organizations, do they have proper cybersecurity measures in place? Do they have a cybersecurity program? Do they have incident management? Do they know how to treat with something should something occur, should a breach occur? And that was his point. Probably we need to take the foot off the gas on the legislation side and look at actually putting technical controls in place. He was countered by a US DOJ lawyer, and who said, basically we need the legislation, and they are both important. But from my look at this, from my perspective over the past 3 or 4 years, what I've seen is an emphasis on legislation and not so much on technical controls. So I just want to reach out to the various authorities that be and let them know we need to be looking at the controls as well. Legislation is not everything. It can serve as a deterrent. It can serve after the fact if something is committed, but it doesn't actually help an organization to prevent an attack. Now, in some instances, for instance, in Brazil, where it is known that legislation is not so properly addressed, cyber criminals activities have been noted to take place at a high level. I think Mr. Osepa gave us some insight into the cyber gangs or cyber criminals using the Caribbean as a playground for testing out attacks. So the absence of legislation could serve to promote that as well, criminal activity. But again, I think we need to put some more emphasis on the technical controls. I do some writing as well, so I have a blog, and some of the things I look at is how we can better the whole information security dimension within the Caribbean. I came across an academic paper that looked at vulnerabilities within mobile money applications within the developing world, and they found 28 significant vulnerabilities across 7 applications. Now, within this academic paper, there was no mention of Caribbean-based mobile money applications, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And I don't want to throw a bad light on it. It also doesn't mean that it does exist, but it just shows that it is something that we need to pay attention to. So it's all well and good for us to be encouraging innovation and entrepreneurship and trying to get people into animation and software development, and these various issues, Internet of Things. We're trying to encourage innovation and entrepreneurship on all these fronts. But when at the same time we're trying to promote these sectors or promote growth within these sectors, we need to have a balanced approach towards making sure that these guys know how to code properly and that they know how to design securely. Security is not something that you bolt on after the fact. So from a policy perspective, if we're encouraging innovation and entrepreneurship in these areas, we need to be encouraging proper software design, proper techniques towards secure coding practices. Alternatively, we end up with a situation where, what is security? And this is normal. This is typically what happens within any project management case, where you just rush to push out a product. You rush to push out functionality, and you don't have security within the product by design. And then you get the bolt-on approach towards security, which is not the proper way to do it. All right, so we heard a lot about the legislation within Jamaica. And there's some clauses within there that speak to due diligence. There's one particular clause that speaks to due diligence, and it speaks to an organization or people who purport to hold responsibility within that organization being responsible for showing that they did due diligence in making sure that offenses are not committed should an offense have been committed by that organization. Within the law now, not only the organization will be charged with the offense, but that person will also be charged with that offense. So what can an IT administrator or person who holds the responsibility for information security within an organization do to protect themselves from being charged with an offense? The number one thing you can do is seek out and develop a cybersecurity program. New York recently put out a cybersecurity proposed set of regulations for the financial services sector within the state of New York. And it's a good summary document that you could take a look at as to how you should develop a program of cybersecurity. So what is a cybersecurity program? And this is according to this particular regulation, but again, I actually lecture a class on this, and I used this document to summarize the class last Saturday for the students. And over 36 hours, this is exactly what we spoke about. So you need to identify internal and external cyber risks, and at a bare minimum, you need to ensure confidentiality of data. You need to use defensive infrastructure and implementation of policies, procedures to protect information systems. Now, policies and procedures sound simple, but the development of policies and procedures is a laborious task, and it covers various areas. So in as much as this is a simplified version of what you should do, there's a lot of work that needs to go into this. And for financial institutions, for people getting involved in mobile money, you need to put something like this into practice to ensure that you don't run afoul of any regulation or legislation that is out there right now. You need to detect cybersecurity events. You need to know how to respond to them. You need to know how to recover from them. And you need to fulfill regulatory reporting requirements. Now, that is the reporting requirements. I don't know if it will exist here. That will change state to state, jurisdiction to jurisdiction. So, and regulated industry to regulated industry, that will change. So, at a high level, some of the things they call for multi-factor authentication. They call for application security, which is something I dealt with earlier. Proper software coding practices, security by design. We tend to think that, we sometimes you can outsource a function, but you don't necessarily outsource the risk. And if you outsource your software development exercise to produce a mobile money application, you still hold the risk should that exercise not produce a quality product. So for instance, if there are problems found, if data confidentiality is breached by customers, it's not on the software vendor, it's on you. So you have a responsibility to hold your software vendor accountable that they are, providing proper security. Something as simple as HTTPS. You would not believe that people don't implement HTTPS and they put out applications. So this thing is a serious thing. We can't just outsource these functions and expect the vendor to do the right thing for us. We have to hold them accountable. Audit is always present in any type of cybersecurity program you're trying to put together. The need for vulnerability assessments and penetration testing, those are ways by which you can show that the practices you're putting in place to provide security within an organization is really there. And again, a lot of people, sometimes you do a vulnerability assessment, you do a penetration testing, and then you drop the ball on the remediation. So you get this nice report from someone, you spend some money to bring in someone external to do this report. They give you a nice report to remediate the problems, and you must remediate. The red X's that you got against your name, you have to save yourself from that. You have to remediate all those problems. So simple things like user access and privileged access to critical systems. There are simple things and simple steps you can, when you do an assessment or audit of a system, you could find these problems and address them. It goes on to talk about policies and procedures, and I believe they listed out a good bit of areas with respect to policy that you can potentially have within an organization. Let me just look at some of the policy areas they called out. Data governance and classification, access controls and identity management, business continuity and disaster recovery, capacity and performance planning. So there are various areas that you need to look at when you're doing your cybersecurity program within your organization. You could follow a best practice document like this as to how you develop those policies. You may have to seek some external assistance from a consultant or expert in the field as to how do you bring all this together to address cybersecurity within your organization. The thing with the Chief Information Security Officer, so that may be something that is required within financial services institutions in the US, in the state of New York. From my experience, I've seen that we have now, within Trinidad and Tobago at least, we are now having organizations with CIOs, so the Chief Information Officer. I'm yet to see a Chief Information Security Officer. But the absence of a position doesn't mean that the function doesn't have to be carried out. So the functions, the information security function still needs to be there, still needs to be addressed. You may put it onto someone else, you may put it onto a manager, you may put it onto an analyst, but you must have someone within your organization looking at information security. The organizational structure must reflect attention on information security. And this is the only way we move away from thinking of information security as an IT problem, and we start thinking about it as a risk management issue. Organizations know how to deal with risk. Traditionally, we have just siloed information security into the IT department function. But we really need to move away from that approach, because when the breaches occur, as you would have taken note in the Sony attack, in the Target attack, it hits all the way to the top. The implication stops with the CEO, the CIO, it hits all the way. And reputational loss, are you willing to take on all of those risks? So get your house in order, start paying attention to information security. So I would say for Jamaica or even the Caribbean, the Chief Information Security Officer and the cybersecurity personnel and intelligence, they may be kind of mixed, because let's face it, we're a bit immature, not as advanced as what would be required in the state of New York for financial services, but you must address it and make sure that someone is looking at that function. And then third-party service provider management, we talked about holding vendors accountable, making sure that vendors know how to provide incident management should something occur within the environment. So last year when I was here, a gentleman in the audience got up and he said, what does this small man do? What does this SME do? How do we protect against these type of risks? And so something like that document I previously went through, that's kind of for a bigger organization. But there are smaller regulation documents that you could have a look at. This one, for instance, anyone bidding on a contract within the UK right now has to do this self-assessment, a government contract has to do this self-assessment test to make sure they achieve this level of standard. So this is a good approach for us SME to take a look at least 5 different areas and make sure that you are covered in these 5 areas. And this will attempt to mitigate risks against phishing and hacking. So this is a good document to take a look at for a SME, I would say. It's a starting point for a small business person. Going back to the point about capacity, basic cyber hygiene within the Caribbean is seen as a gaping hole, right? When they did the Commonwealth Secretariat did a needs assessment in 5 different islands, and they found that basic awareness on cyber hygiene was deficient. So we need to better that. And my approach, or my thinking of how we can better that, is through the development of a cybersecurity ecosystem. We need writers, we need lecturers, we need policymakers, we need technical people. The previous presenters spoke about the technical capacity just not being there to fit the needs of that cybercrime unit that he was talking about. So we need to develop these professionals. We have to stop importing professionals, build and grow our own cybersecurity ecosystem Last year here, Mr. Chung, he got up and he said something that, we could look at animation and we could look at software development and all these type of things, but cybersecurity is a potential opportunity as well. It's not a threat. We could seek to develop competencies in these areas that we could support, that we could export throughout the Caribbean and even externally. So the development of a cybersecurity ecosystem is key towards fitting or filling the gaps that we are seeing right now with respect to capacity. And that's it.
Thanks to Shiva for that. There's a lot there for us to think on. Not just the cyber hygiene point, which was probably a new term to many of us. And now our next panelist is Mr. Mark Morgan. Mark is a legal officer at the Financial Services Commission in Jamaica. He plays a key role in regulatory reform and has explored issues impacting the regulation of digital currencies. His work has been published by various journals, including Social and Economic Studies, Federal Circuit Bar Journal, and the Midwest BLSA Law Journal. Join me in welcoming Mark for his 10-minute presentation. We have to tell Mark, because he has a lot there.
All right, so 10 minutes, and I promise to keep it at 10 minutes. And so I was invited to present at this conference, and I happily took up this opportunity to come and talk about digital currencies. My views do not represent, they're my personal views. They do not necessarily represent the views of the Financial Services Commission. And so when we engage in this journey of this conversation, there are many angles. One is to sort of weigh the value and the potential of what digital currencies can bring to Jamaica, the Caribbean, against the cons. These cons include a range of things, and including cyber security concerns. And so in doing this balancing act, I have sort of embarked on less of a legal adventure and more of a regulatory, just a policy level view of what should be looked at in determining the appropriate treatment for digital currency in Jamaica and perhaps across the Caribbean. So in understanding this, we first have to sort of set the background. I think it's very important to know that a lot of money is being invested in digital currency by very legitimate actors, as you can see on this list, including Peter Thiel, who I guess is on the Trump transition team, not necessarily a good thing. Richard Branson, Reid Hoffman, a lot of very credible international businessmen. And so that's an opportunity if Jamaica wants to be, or the Caribbean wants to be a leader. And we also have to, in weighing how welcoming we are to this technology, appreciate that it has established somewhat of a global footprint. Because as of November 19, 2016, over 12 billion US dollars is the present market cap for Bitcoin, one of a number of digital currencies, probably the most prominent and most talked about. So we have to understand that in having this discussion. And then in having this discussion, we have to think about the pros, right? The promises to speed up transactions, to lower the costs of international transactions, the promises to strengthen privacy rights. Some people view it, and perhaps this is not necessarily a pro, but some people view the fact that it is a limited quantity that's mathematically derived, as opposed to under the control of the central bank in terms of the supply. Some people view it as a positive, some people view it as a negative, right? So maybe depending on where you're standing, you might move that one around. And so there are pros But then there are also, oh, 1 second. There are also cons that we have to weigh. We can't shy away from it. I'd want to point out, perhaps from a cybersecurity perspective, we have to think about financial instruments, through the lens of things being used to actually finance cybercrime, which is one of the reasons why we have to pay attention to this, because digital currencies, as well as regular currencies, are used to finance cyber crimes. And then two, the service providers in this area, the wallets and the exchanges, the wallets being the custodian of the digital currency, and the exchanges being the places that you can actually go and convert the digital currency, like Bitcoin to Jamaican dollars, Bitcoin to US dollars. There probably is a need to consider regulation of those because of these cons. We're talking about, one, we need to ensure that the public is educated that these things go up and down in value, so they shouldn't feel that, oh, I'm putting my money in this and it's only going to go up. They should be aware that digital currencies are used to facilitate illegal transactions and to hide the proceeds of crime. The non-reputable nature of the digital currency is also another thing to be considered. For example, I send somebody perpetuates some kind of fraud on me, right? And I send the money to their digital currency wallet. Now there have been the introduction of various protections that we can get into, but without record keeping, AML, and some regulatory oversight, you can't charge it back like a credit card transaction. You can't cancel it and get your money back. That would have just been gone permanently, which is without there being a regulatory framework looking out for the good interests of the public. And so there are cons that require that we explore how do we regulate this thing that has so much potential but has various points that need some regulation, right? And so in establishing a regulatory regime, I believe here are some of the key things to look at. How you would characterize its usage, taxation, the anti-money laundering concerns, incentives, because when we talk about regulating things, oftentimes we don't think about creating the appropriate incentives if it is something that we want to encourage in our environment, right? And consumer protection. So going down that path, Robin Sykes rightfully showed the provision in the BSA Act that speaks to electric money, right? And that is an important conversation by itself, because with digital currency and cryptocurrency, what we face is there is room for robust discussion as to, is it electric money, right? Is it a payment method and system, right? Because there are those who could argue that, oh, hey, it's not electric money, it's a payment and method and system. In fact, there was actually an article in the paper referencing a BOJ representative saying that maybe it could be viewed as a payment method and system. And thirdly, a lot of jurisdictions have treated digital currency and cryptocurrency as a commodity. Because let's think about commodities. Just because the digital currency has a value that can be denoted in money doesn't necessarily mean it's money. Just like gold has a value that goes up and down and can be denoted in money, but doesn't necessarily mean it's money. And so the very important starting point in having a conversation about digital currency is to characterize its usage. So we have, as a nation, have to determine whether we're going to treat it as electric money, a payment method and system, or as a commodity, right? And here I sort of skim through some of the different jurisdictions and the approaches that they have taken to it. but I'll skip over that because I think the more important discussion has been had. The second thing is, if there's a decision to tolerate digital currencies in Jamaica and in other Caribbean jurisdictions, we would then have to, of course, give consideration to how we would tax it. I sort of, in my presentation, outlined various taxation approaches, but I'm going to skip over that as well. And then we get to anti-money laundering. My view on it is that innovation is important. The world is evolving, and at all points of innovation, there has to be a balancing act. There's a reason why banks require regulation, right? And digital currency, while promising, without regulation, creates dangers. I think, and I've noticed the trend being, sort of international trend that, there's uniform consensus that at a very minimum, Bitcoin and digital currency service providers have to be brought under anti-money laundering regulatory regime. This sort of was made evident, some would say, by Silk Road, where you're talking about the deep, dark web, and the fact that cryptocurrency was a preferred tool of transacting businesses that, transacting activities that were not, many of them nefarious, that took place on the Silk Road, which even though they have attempted to shut down, we're finding it to be very difficult to shut down. Notwithstanding, we have to pay attention to this. So when we're talking about anti-money laundering, right, and the ability of digital currency to be used to finance cybercrime, when we're talking about that, we realize that the service providers, such as the exchanges and the wallets, would likely have to submit to a AML regime. And this is sort of, I think FATF released a paper on that. I didn't include the citation in the presentation. I probably should have. So there is some guidance and some thought process being introduced as to how to introduce a AML regime with reporting requirements and enhanced requirements and KYC and all of those things. So moving on, and in the United States and Canada, these are two jurisdictions that have already required that to some extent that digital currency service providers submit to AML regimes. And so when we talk now, so I'm just going to sort of pivot, even though I skipped over one issue that I also wanted to mention. So when you introduce these AML regimes, these digital wallets and these digital exchanges have client records that they're going to be required to protect. And so therein is another point at which cyber security becomes an important consideration, because they have to apply appropriate standards to the protection of the data of the consumers who use those services. So moving on now to incentives. So New York perhaps is not the best example, because it seems that a lot of the service providers are sort of migrating to or showing a preference for the regulatory approach of the United Kingdom to that was experimented with the New York bit license regime. Oh my gosh. Well, I will just take 30 seconds more. All right, so the New York approach was let us have the AML requirements. Let us create an exemption from regulation for the innovators so that we can encourage the innovation associated with, because you have to view Bitcoin not just as perhaps the currency concern, but as the innovation of the blockchain that I haven't had a chance to talk about, that being an innovation that has implications for record keeping and actually being a tool for cybersecurity. So you can check the New York bit license, and you can also, I would say, check the regulatory approach adopted by the United Kingdom. And I think I'll just cut myself short right here. Oh, I can finish it? No, it's finished. Thanks.
Don't worry, Mark. We heard about the blockchain yesterday. So you all know about blockchain, right? Right. So Mark shared with us that digital currencies can promote financial inclusion. However, they can be used to finance cybercrime. So that's a very important message, and we want to be able to talk about that in a little bit. Let me now introduce Mr. Leighton Hamilton. Leighton has spent 16 years from his over 35 years of work experience as a regulator in both the financial and utility sectors. Currently, he's tasked with the management of the information and risk activities at the Office of Utilities Regulation, what we in Jamaica call the OUR. He has led projects to establish the first local internet exchange point in Jamaica and the certification of the OUR as an ISO 9001-2008 quality management organization. Leighton holds a Bachelor of Science degree in physics and a Master's in business administration. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Leighton to the podium. For his 10 minutes.
Good morning. I will spend 10 minutes. Quick question. How much person have read the National Cybersecurity Strategy? Show of hands. Okay, we have... Okay, let us quickly... Did I turn it off? Okay, very quickly. I'm going to take the first sentence in the summary. The issues in red are crucial to cybersecurity. Eroding confidence, trust in the economic, thereby impairing national development. We have put together a national cybersecurity strategy to deal with this issue. This is a fundamental part of cybersecurity. Now, in this cybersecurity strategy, there are 4 pillars. What we're going to be talking about, what we're talking about in this session is only one, pillar number 3. Legal and regulatory. And what the legal requirement, what the legal status talks about is, the aim of the legal framework is really simple. We need to put in place the landscape for a healthy and safe and secure environment for people to business in Jamaica. We've been hearing the legal framework from Robin. We've been hearing about bitcoins. We need to understand people need to be confident of the environment to be able to do business. And the cybersecurity strategy of this document, and please, I want you to read it, because in that document it talks about between 2011 and 2012, there's been almost an 80% increase in cyber attacks. And it is expected that cybercrime will outstrip all other crimes in the future. Now, what should be the goals of any policy, any regulation? Now, I'm not going to talk about it. We have a lot of regulation out there. What I'm going to focus on, and what the OUR focuses on, is policy. Now, this topic is supposed to be talking about financial services. So why am I here? It's very simple. Everything is now connected. We talk about people's identity. Who has the largest amount of information on personal identity? We have the JPS. Every house in this country is in there with person's name, address, telephone number, TRN number. We will not even talk about telecommunication. People have 2 and 3 phones. What do you have to do? They ask you for your TRN number. They ask you where you live. And then you go to the banks. If you try to get into the banking system, ask some nice questions. Please tell me where you live. Please provide proof of address, a utility bill. Please provide your phone number. You can get all that information outside of even getting into the banking system. So getting in and getting access to financial data, you can go into the front door. You don't even have to go through the back door because you've gotten information from somewhere else, which the bank uses as a verification point for data. So what we're talking about, the goals of any policy, okay, to protect stakeholders across all sectors, because we're all connected. To identify how regulatory agencies are going to collaborate, because we can't operate in silos. Currently, we're doing that. There are going to be overlapping roles. Let us take, for instance, and I'm going to speak to my sector. If the OUR gives a rate for the NWC to charge you, the customer, for water, and OUR only does economic regulation. The health department and NEPA controls water quality. And they're going to say, and let me quickly divert. Robin talked about computers and list of everything about computers, and everybody thinks this is a computer. There are something called PLCs. PLCs, program control logic circuits, which are mini computers that control simple things like how much chlorine goes into the water supply system, which breaker to turn off and on when you have a power failure. If somebody decides to break into a computer, like a program control logic, decide to put more chlorine in a water supply system that hurts people, kills people, NEPA, the health department might tell the Water Commission, please go there and put this security system in place. It has a direct economic impact on NWC. So they're going to come to the OUR and tell us, no, you have to factor this in, so we're going to increase rates to you. So all of these systems are connected. It is, no matter how we take it, they're all connected. The last one is that we need to determine points of weakness for cyber attacks, whether through an entity or whoever. And there must be somebody who sits down there every day to assess this. Robin talked about it. We need to have a body that does it, a proactive, not reactive body. And you also need to have a methodology that people understand, a process of how we're going to address these threats, because they're always going to be ongoing. Now, I'm moving very quickly. I am going to go quick to areas of concern. Simple. I have three. There's actually two and a half. The cloud and its the jurisdiction, Internet of Things, and BYOD. Now, we've all talked about New York and everywhere else. Question is, this, and I have not included Jamaica, is a map of laws on data laws across the world. Now, everybody likes to use the cloud. If the NWC, if a bank decides to store their data anywhere in one of these jurisdictions, whose laws are applicable? This needs to be one of the things that in our regulation, in our policy, do we stipulate that all organizations in Jamaica store their data in Jamaica, so we have the relevant jurisdiction of the data, of access to the data, and who has seen the data. So this needs to be a real situation for all persons, small, large, or in between. Because we have SMEs deciding to store data outside the country. Fine. Okay? We have, if you're a small business and you have 100,000 clients and you store the data out of the country, and it happened to be in Kazakhstan, which is not on the list, which has no data protection laws, and somebody gets the data and then starts selling it, then what? This needs to be something that has to be addressed in our policy and our legislation. Now, we're the OUR looking at some of these things because we need to start, as a regulator, we can issue policy statements to our licensees to take care of a number of these items. Internet of Things, BYOD. Now, I am sure a lot of you, large and small, allow persons to come to the organization with their cell phones and say, I need to have access to the internet over my phone. And somebody says, okay, fine. I'm going to put on a Wi-Fi system, give them a password, and let them in. Fine. Now, this device, who is in charge of security on the device? Does the device have any malware? Because a lot of these things have malware stored on them, and what it do, once it gets into a location that is pristine, and by the way, most of us, and I'm talking to tech heads here, we have a firewall to keep information from coming in. You don't really check information going out. So if something is on the inside of your organization, sending data out, confidential data out, you have to make sure that you have policies in place governing how devices, BYOD devices, are brought into your organization. Okay? If somebody has a device in your organization using their personal device, should you be able to audit it? We talked about auditing, because auditing is all the methodology, not like I got you. And audit is to make sure that you are covering all the bases that you are being protected. Can you audit the device for all things? And then you have privacy concerns. Because if you're auditing the device, can you look at the person's private information on their private device? Okay? Should you have, there must be some kind of cost consideration, because if somebody comes in a personal device, does the organization decide to put their own security protocol on the device to protect that device? So those are considerations you have to do with BYOD. The Internet of Things is the scariest one of all. Because most persons haven't thought, I don't think we have even thought about it properly. Let us say, now you have appliances like a refrigerator that can go online, look in your fridge and tell you, send your email, send your text message. By the way, you're running out of milk, orange juice, whatever. Okay? Now this device is sitting down on your network at home with no security at all. Absolutely no firewall, no spam, nothing. And by the way, you go home and you do all your banking transactions online on your so-called secure network. And all of a sudden your fridge is also sending your information out about what you're doing on your devices. The Internet of Things is a scary proposition for anybody, especially in enterprise. How do you let persons bring devices? How do you as an organization put devices in there that broadcast freely, and you can't even secure it properly? So it is a brave new world in how you're going to take care of all of these items. And I have a quick solution. We've been looking at a solution at the OUR, a cyber rating system. And this is, I'm throwing out to the audience. What is being done in a number of jurisdictions is organizations are offering cyber rating, just like you have credit rating. And the question is, let us say somebody has a cyber rating of 200. Should they be able to do business with somebody with a cyber rating of 700? Or should you accept somebody with a cyber rating of 200? Okay, I think Bashir talked about knowing when somebody does software development, about security behind software development. Is that software rated at a 500 or 700? Somebody out there independent to look at this thing, look at these things. So when you, the consumer, you, the organization, look at a product, look at an entity that you can say, I trust doing business with that entity. So somewhere along the way, I don't know if we can be innovative in the Caribbean, innovative in Jamaica, come up with a cyber rating system. So even a bank will say, I will not connect to any organization whose cyber rating is X figure. There's a whole convergence issue of policy monitoring and enforcement. So we're talking about cyber threats. Cyber threats for a utility company is identical to cyber threats for a bank. Okay? for a bakery. And by the way, everybody says, why? I said a bakery, and probably goes, why a bakery? Most bakeries are automated. It's not the days when somebody stands up with a measuring cup and pours it in by hand, and most bakeries are automated. If you have an automated production line that's run by a computer, and somebody hacks a computer, anything is possible, good or bad. So somewhere along the way, and we can't keep reinventing the wheel, and we can't keep spending money for every sector, every industry, every company, somehow trying to be mapping this. Somehow we have to come with a holistic approach to have a way or a body to look at all of this in terms of policy, monitoring, and enforcement, because enforcement is crucial to restricting people from doing the deed. Okay? So we need to look at this as in two ways. Individual entities, but as a country, as a region. How are we going to look at this? Thank you very much.
Well, Leighton has brought cybersecurity right down to the very water that we drink. Serious issues. Kellyanne Bowen is an Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions in the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. She's 10 years at the bar and has been prosecuting for the past 9 years. She's currently a senior member of the Cybercrimes Unit in the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Welcome, Kellyanne.
Thank you so much. There's an awful rumor that lawyers enjoy the sound of their own voices. I suspect this morning I may have to change my profession to become an athlete to make these 10 minutes and perhaps emulate our very own Usain Bolt. I hope I can operate this properly. That's it. I surmise that analogous to the Sinaitic encounter between the invisible hand of the Christian God and Moses, the tentacles of the invisible hand of cybercrimes have permeated our lives and created perennial ramifications. On the contrary, however, the facelessness of cybercrime perpetrators create unimaginable horrors and oftentimes insurmountable obstacles for those tasked to dispense justice. As recent as the American presidential race, the invisible hand of the WikiLeaks hacks had the world waiting with bated breath its impact on the outcome of the race. And well, as they say, the rest is indeed history. Last Friday, there was much debate about whether President-elect Trump, with his newly formed cybersecurity team, which he indicates is a response to the hacking during the presidential race, will indeed be effective. The implications of cybercrimes, however, are not confined to the public fora. There's a plethora of instances where cybercrimes have affected individuals. The stealing of data, cyberbullying, revenge porn, and the hacking of online accounts. On the heels of Black Friday and Cyber Mondays for those shopping buddies of mine, the reality of cybercrimes is not only relevant, but very stark. However, how therefore have the tablets of the law as the guidepost provided sufficient panaceas to the myriad issues faced in our current reality as we traverse the wilderness of this constantly evolving paradigm? We then ask ourselves, are we there yet? I do not believe that being the last of the many, the greats, that I really need to divulge much into the law. I did not understand that a lot of that would have been covered, and so perhaps that will help with my 10 minutes. I'll just indicate that the legislation has evolved, and I am very pleased to see that a colleague of mine, who I'm about to quote, is in attendance. Traversing the Wilderness Here and Now. The Writings on the Wall, an overview of the Jamaican Cybercrime Act. In an article written by Queen's Counsel Georgia Gibson Henlin, entitled Legislating Cybercrimes in Jamaica, Issues of Public and Corporate Liability, breaking into the thought, because it's quite an extensive article, and I did extract a paragraph therefrom. She stated, "There was a proliferation of obscene publications whereby sexually explicit photographs were being maliciously circulated, for example, when relationships came to an end. At the same time, about December of 2009, one large telecommunications company was hit hard when a 26-year-old computer science student hacked into its computer system and stole approximately $10 million in call credit. His lawyer, when interviewed, asked which legislation his client was going to be prosecuted under. All of this signaled that the time for the regulation of computer and cybercrimes was more than overdue. Hence, the Cybercrimes Act of 2010 came into force. However, the implicitly evolutionary nature of technology and consequently cybercrimes required an equally elastic approach to legislation. The GOJ Priority Legislation Program of 2014-2015 stated that in relation to its proposition for a Cybercrime Amendment Act, it was contemplated to repeal and replace the Cybercrimes Act to take into account the rapid evolution in technology which has presented major challenges for the existing legislation. The legislators and stakeholders, therefore, had to go back to the proverbial drawing board. Hence the current legal framework of the Cybercrimes Act of 2015. A synopsis of the Cybercrimes Act. What is it? There's no comprehensive definition of cybercrimes in the Cybercrimes Act of 2015. This may be a logical approach, since the evolutionary and vacillatory nature of the components of cybercrime is constantly in flux. The Act, however, addresses the instances which give rise to a cybercrime being committed by criminalizing manifestations of crimes involving the use of computers and systems. As I indicated earlier, much of this has already been explored, and this is just a listing of the various offenses that have been encapsulated in that Act. In addition, also, I want to state that the 2015 installment of the Act criminalized computer-related forgery and fraud, the use of computers for malicious communication, and unauthorized disclosure of investigations. Additionally, the Act seeks to be comprehensive in its approach by addressing the commission of offenses by persons who aid and abet others to commit the above stated offenses, sections 10, 12, and 14 of the Act. It also addresses protected computers, which was alluded to earlier. That relates to national security issues, that is section 11 of the Act. And in a global environment where national security is of great import, any attacks thereto must be addressed legislatively. The Act affords certain investigative powers that aid in the effective investigation of matters. The powers so afforded are configured in such a way that it addresses the unique nature of the armory of cybercrimes. And so you have the preservation order. I've indicated what it really is in my presentation. You also have the production order, search and seizure order, and all of that was alluded to earlier by members of the panel. It is worthy of note, my friends, that the Cybercrimes Act of 2015 may be a part of a network of acts. For example, the search and seizure order referenced above, or in my presentation, may aid in the successful investigation and prosecution of matters under the Child Pornography Prevention Act, also alluded to earlier. There is also dialogue between the Act and the Interception of Communications Act. Traversing the wilderness, giants in the land. Whilst it may appear to be a daunting task indeed, much progress has been made to address the metamorphosis of the cybercrime phenomena. There is, however, some way to go, as the landscape is always changing. Some of the giants in the land may relate to the evolutionary nature of information sharing. There is a debate afoot regarding what definition should be ascribed to the word send in section 9 of the Act. That section indicates a person commits an offense if that person uses a computer to send to another any data. That would deal with situations relating to revenge porn, malicious information being posted on the internet. In this Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, Periscope, and the list continues to go on age, the traditional definitions of send may have outgrown its diapers and require big boy pants that encompass a more liberal definition. The law must address the legal issues of its subjects. Additionally, as computer geniuses evolve and become more sophisticated, general definitions of access may also require revision. I'm currently involved in the prosecution of a matter where that very issue is very troubling. The Crown is having some difficulty in establishing that the accused indeed had accessed the information. And so as the acumen of these hackers and these persons evolve, it creates myriad issues for the prosecution. In conclusion, my friends, whilst the proverbial canon may be an illusory concept, since the evolutionary nature of cybercrimes will continue to germinate, we must use the tools we have now to make our trod through the wilderness, because justice is one victory at a time, and the invisible hand may become less invisible after all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kellyanne, for that very erudite presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to give a big round of applause to all our panelists. So nobody in here can tell me that law and regulation is not exciting. Do we have anybody who wants to step to the podium now and ask any questions? Prof, we started half an hour late, just to remind you, so we have a few minutes for questions. And as they're coming, I will kick off with one point that I wanted to make as we talk about the Cybercrimes Act. And I can't remember which of our panelists mentioned it. It may have been Mark, it could have been Mark, or one of the things that we must remember is that under the Cybercrimes Act, directors, managers, officers are liable in the event that someone, say, comes into your organization and they use your computer to threaten someone. That is now an offense where you can be personally liable. So this is not just about the organization being liable. So anybody sitting there as a director on a board, you need to understand very clearly what your IT people are doing to ensure that you are not sitting there in the boardroom and incurring liabilities you're not even aware of. Thank you, ma'am. First person, yes. Could you introduce yourself, please?
My name is Carolyn Ferguson. I made a note as each speaker made their address. Mr. Sykes, in respect of the officers that are tasked to investigate cybercrimes, I am of the opinion that they should be elitist. I was very disappointed that, as you said, they had to be pulled from what they are doing into regular duties, because to me that's a very compromising type of thing to have. And so I think they should be elitist, and I'm sure that this will be addressed. Mr. Bessessar, what is cyber hygiene? And Mr. Morgan, is there any concrete incident when you speak of the pros and cons of digital currency? Are there any concrete incidents that have actually taken place that you can share with us? Right, and Mr. Hamilton, just a few thoughts on where you are. In terms of businesses in Jamaica storing data outside of the country, which I think is a good risk management strategy, how about the OUR having fixed agreements and a list of countries with whom you know you can interact with for the purpose of, any incidents or any regulatory matters that you have to deal with? And if there are any other financial institutions who want to store their data in a country outside of the list and agreements that we already have, then they would have to make a specific application, and then some due diligence be taken to ensure that in the event of any issues we can deal with that jurisdiction.
Carolyn, I think you have asked questions for the whole room.
just for each. And can you just, Kenny, I was reading your note on the production order about data being specified in an intelligible form, and I was just wondering if you could give an example of what that is.
Go for it, guys. Robin.
I'm in full agreement with you. Yes, I'm in full agreement with you that we read, and the fact is that this is a unit that's overworked. So you have this unit that has to produce reports for lottery scam cases and so on. So I fully agree with you that certainly the manpower has to be preserved and they need to focus on their specialist work. So I agree more.
Basic cyber hygiene, the way it was described by the Commonwealth Secretariat officers, like you wake up in the morning and you don't go without brushing your teeth. So you basically don't have that basic level of understanding of cybersecurity. You don't do patch management, you don't have an incident response plan, you don't have configurations for your machines, user access, just open. Basic cyber hygiene and awareness was lacking in the surveys that they did of the 5 countries.
Okay, so I'm going to, that question provided, there are many directions that can be gone. I'm going to go specifically in the direction of digital currency service providers being intensely targeted by hacks. There have been many examples. Even Mt. Gox, before it went insolvent, was the subject of many cyber attacks. And every couple of months you're hearing of a Bitcoin exchange or a wallet being targeted for a hack. I did a quick Google to try and give you a specific answer, but one example would be, for example, Bitfinex. So feel free to Google it. You'll see that cybersecurity is an important consideration for service providers, digital currency service providers.
Ken.
Okay, as it relates to, the OUR sees it as an issue of where data is stored, but this is a wider issue. If you're going to be talking about government-to-government agreements, about legal supply of data cross-border, that is outside the OUR. That goes up to legislative. That goes a lot higher than this. So it is something that we put out there to say that there needs to be collaboration, but in the regulation, in the legislation, that has to be negotiated, just like all other treaties about criminals being extradited fall to that category.
In relation to the information being produced in an intelligible form, it really is self-explanatory that when the information is produced by virtue of the production order, that it's in a format that the court can understand. And if it is to form a basis of jury-based trial, that information can be understood by the jurors. Because the truth is that we all have different areas of expertise, and computer information is very, very, you have forensic terms that have to be defined. And so it's really for it to be so comprised of ordinary language that can be easily understood and explained. I hope that addresses your question. Does it?
It's something else. Okay. Our next question, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Dennison. I guess these are questions that are directed to the panel. What are your ideas on the government rapidly implementing broad-based policy that force the adoption of more modern and security-aware technology in order to future-proof the national internet infrastructure against emerging threats? I'll just give a few quick examples. One, mandating that all imported networking equipment have IPv6 compliance built in for greater security, while setting a date for companies to certify the same for the installed network infrastructure. Mandating that all imported Internet of Things devices must force the end user to change the default password at installation. Mandating HTTPS implementation for all local business websites that request financial and/or personal data of their customers.
I think we get the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, could the government commit to these, and if not, why not? Yeah.
Well, Kelly's making it very clear it's for the technical people. Shiva, you're going to try your hand at that?
Well, I mean, something like that, while desirable, it brings up the issue of enforcement afterwards. So how do you actually enforce that those things happen? That's why it's really up to the responsibility of the industry or the community at large to ensure that they do all they can do towards protecting attacks originating from the environment. As it is right now, they could be charged with an offense if an attack originates from the environment. So it will be up to individual organizations to really, as part of their best practice, put those measures in place.
Leighton, what about the rating system that you spoke about? Would that be helpful?
Yes, it would be, but in a discussion I had even up to last week, small business persons are very nervous about legislation that's going to force them to do something. And if the government goes along the path of saying, let us say we have legislation that you must have a particular security level, who stands the cost of that? If you're going to be mandating, currently the government mandates you must have motor vehicle insurance to drive on the roads and is used to repair roads. Should the government say, okay, you must have a certain cyber security level, then when there is a break-in, there is some kind of attack, the person will say, it's not my responsibility, no, it's the government, because I have done the basic requirement you say that we should do. It is a tricky road to walk on, to start doing legislation on at that granular level. The most that can be done, or the most that I think is being done across the world, is that you're setting what the standard's supposed to be. With OUR, we are looking to go ISO 27001, which is a security standard. We recommend to anybody, especially like all licensing, that they do the same. Adhere to some international standard, and once you get to that point, then you're going to be secure. I don't think government should get to legislating those kind of things.
All right, thank you. And this is our last question because my boss, Professor Dunn, is about to fire us.
Good morning. My name is Maurice Marshall. I have a question for Mr. Sykes. Do you have any idea how the implementation of the CERT have impacted our response to cyber attacks in general and the financial services in particular?
That is slightly out of the purview of my office in terms of the investigation of crime. As my understanding is that my interface with CERT has been in terms of response, coordinating our response to breaches that could be tied to financial crime. I would rather leave that question to a CERT representative. What I know is that we have coordinated with CERT in terms of investigations. But I would prefer a CERT representative to speak more fully on their mandate and their activities.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention this morning. We could go on all day. I told you this was the most exciting area and you didn't believe me. Put your hands together again for our people. Thanks again to Professor Dunn for leading our nation in this initiative in terms of cybersecurity, which is so important to all of us. Good morning.
Can we give another round of applause to this wonderful panel and the chair of the panel, Camille Tracy. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are having to make a few adjustments. Normally we would take a coffee break now, but we would ask your indulgence to make an adjustment so that we can hear from the minister, who did arrive on time. Conference started a little late, and once he's made his presentation and we ask him a few questions, then we will move into the coffee break. So I'll just ask for your indulgence in that regard. Minister is coming off of a very busy moment. He's been extraordinarily busy in the last 24 hours, and we are very fortunate that he has still been able to honor his commitment to be with us this morning. He's Minister Andrew Wheatley. He's the Minister of Science, Energy and Technology, and he was here with us last year in a slightly different capacity, and we are happy to welcome him in another capacity today. Minister, the podium is yours. Can we welcome him, please?
Thank you very much, Professor Dunn. I recall being here last year, and just as technology evolves, so does one's station in life. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, panelists, good morning. As I share in this morning's session, I reflect on how far we have come as a country and our growing awareness of the digital space. This conference on cybersecurity is important not only for good measure, but for driving the digital agenda. I must say, I am truly excited about Jamaica's digital future. The theme, mobile money, online banking, and citizen awareness is more than timely. It is necessary. As the world becomes an increasingly digital and global space, our people will have to be not only prepared, but equipped, not just to participate, but to also effectively function in this new and emerging world. As technology use and access to the internet increases, more persons are logging on to the information superhighway. 95% of the global population, approximately 7 billion people, live in an era covered by a mobile cellular network. The number of mobile broadband subscriptions is expected to reach 3.6 billion by the end of this year. And in fact, LTE networks have spread quickly over the last 3 or so years and reach almost 4 billion people. And what this does, it affords approximately 53% of the population to be exposed to enhanced services. Right here in Little Jamaica, on our own island, over 1 million Jamaicans are online. The total number of mobile subscribers grew by 3.9% last year to 3.3 million persons. And our level of mobile penetration is in line with the rest of the world. Averaging around 48, 49, near 50% last year. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the world of ICTs has become very pervasive, but more important, necessary. We have gotten so accustomed to our electronic devices that using them is not only for communication, but also we use them for business and commerce. Many of our people no longer join lines to transact business because with the internet capabilities, one can pay multiple bills, interact with companies, and gather information, and more or less do anything else right in the comfort of one's home or office or even on the road. Research has shown that technology will not only reshape the experience of banking customers, but will revolutionize institutions' internal processes, making them more efficient and more productive. In fact, we are seeing where a number of our financial institutions are diversifying their products and services, creating applications for greater user interface and engaging clients at a greater level. A game changer, ladies and gentlemen, in the technology landscape is mobile technology. Last year, around 2.5 billion individuals across the developing world were accessing the internet through mobile devices, a figure that is expected to increase by some 50% by 2020. But these mobile devices are not just useful for communications, but are also integral to the drive towards e-commerce, including mobile money. I'm sure a lot of the previous presenters spoke in depth on mobile money. But it facilitates that level of financial inclusion. It offers us the opportunity to capture both the underbanked and the unbanked segments of the population. On a global scale, mobile money is now available in 93 countries via over 270 different services. The mobile money concept is changing the landscape of financial inclusion. In fact, in 2015, 37 markets had 10 times more registered agents than bank branches. Registered customer account grew some 31% to reach a total of over 411 million registered accounts globally. Again, Jamaica is not to be outdone in this arena. And we have launched our own mobile money services such as Quiz, Connect Mobile Wallet, and others which are engaging a wider cross-section of persons and making financial services more accessible to the Jamaican populace. Now, as a government, we recognize that we have to embrace technology as well. And as we improve the ways in which citizens do business on the internet, the government has committed to removing the barriers to facilitate use of these fantastic services, especially as it relates to citizens to government interactions. The government, through partnership with the telecommunications providers, has zero-rated access to government websites and education content. And what this means, ladies and gentlemen, is that our citizens can access online government services free of cost and at no impact to their data plans. So students can now use the mobile hotspot capabilities of their parents' mobile devices, smartphones, or whatever, to access Ministry of Education educational content. And this, ladies and gentlemen, supports the Old Tablets in School initiative. Previously, a child given a tablet at school takes that tablet home, and if he's the parent at home doesn't have a data plan or some internet connection, the tablet is rendered useless. So in effect, what we have done is to ensure that we fully utilize a tablet. So whether you're at school or at a cafe, mobile hotspot, you can have access at home. So you don't have to stay out at school and tell your parents, listen, because I need to go online, I have to stay an extra 2-3 hours at school. You can now go home and use this feature or this facility that the government has provided. Through initiatives with the Universal Service Fund, we are also providing free, secure internet access in popular public spaces. Our latest rollout was at the Devon House Historic Site. And we will continue to roll out these services in Alfred Tree, Emancipation Park, Spanish Town, Montego Bay, Ocho Rios, and also a number of rural centers. You know that there are some rural areas that at times get neglected because of their location. This government will ensure that those rural communities benefits from this initiative as well. Plans are well underway to create truly engaging and accessible town spaces through the development of a smart city initiative, which will be piloted in the New Kingston area. Now, ladies and gentlemen, imagine a New Kingston where street lights, traffic cameras, smart billboards, Wi-Fi connectivity all function smartly in concert to provide a safe and secure area for citizens to work, play, and do businesses. Through public-private partnerships between the Ministry, the National Work Agency, JPS, and other service providers, this will become a reality very soon, and we expect to roll out this initiative fully and have it up and running in the latter part of 2017. Well, ladies and gentlemen, while we celebrate the revolutions in technology, we must also be mindful of the cybersecurity issues which have been and will continue to surface as we interface with the technology and make linkages with a wider global network. There are greater possibilities or opportunities for hacking, breaching network security, identity theft, cyberbullying, and several other infringes that our people need to be mindful of in their daily interactions. I must say that the government has collaborated with a number of stakeholders to drive the cybersecurity and the public education awareness campaign. I must make special mention of the Jamaica Bankers Association, and in particular NCB, for partnering with the government, and of course the Jamaica Constabulary Force. And we recently launched this public awareness program that not only targets persons doing business with the banks or banking institutions, but also children at the level of primary school level going into the secondary school. We want our students to be aware as well, because they spend more time than even the adults on the internet. And so it is important that we raise that level of awareness. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as we embrace technology, as we embrace ICTs, we recognize that it is important that the data protection bill be tabled in Parliament. It is coming next year. Prof, I see a little smile on your face. It is coming next year. We are just tidying up that piece of legislation, because we have to protect the identity information of our citizens. This is integral and necessary if we want to push this agenda of ensuring that we incorporate ICTs in our everyday lives. I want to encourage all Jamaicans to take necessary steps while we move more into utilizing ICTs, take necessary preventative measures to ensure that while we serve the internet, we also protect ourselves. We need to use strong passwords. We need to think before we click. Beware of online offers or emails asking for personal information, and check the sites you visit. In fact, it was only over last weekend, I got an email. And I thought they had forgotten about this scheme, this scam. But it appears as if it is resurfacing. They asked me, I got this email saying that the person inherited some money, and no, the person had an uncle, a distant uncle. The uncle died recently. the uncle don't have any other relatives apart from him. I don't know if it's him or she or her, whatever, because I couldn't even, it's not a normal name. So I couldn't discern whether it was a female or a male writing me. Nevertheless, the person said what they need from me now is an account, some account information for they are thanking me for the opportunity to help them to get some money, and they're going to reward me by giving me some of the money, and that all they need is some information to give to the bank in London and all of that stuff. After I read the email, I just clicked delete. Because there's a saying in Jamaica, and if you never put down nothing, don't look for nothing. So I didn't leave any money over there. So I continued along my merry way. And so, again, we know we are very anxious and we are greedy, but we have to be on the lookout for these types of things. But ladies and gentlemen, as we go further in today's discussion, I know that some concrete decisions will be taken, which will definitely impact the way we do business and interface with the technologies that are at our disposal. I look forward to the strategies and the solutions which will emerge as we strive to build a stronger ICT framework and make Jamaica the place of choice to do business. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you. Prof, I hope I wasn't too long.
Should give the minister another round of applause for his thoughtful presentation. And I hope that will be followed by a few challenging questions. I know the minister has some technical colleagues around, and I think he is also expecting to be able to respond. So can we open the floor now to any questions? Clearly, we have the constraint of the coffee break, so we won't be able to take that many, but if you are willing to ask one or two questions, I'm sure the minister may be willing to answer them.
I have a very good support team.
Yes, I suspect so. You commented on my response to the Data Protection Act, Minister. I was just looking online this morning, and in relation to that act, in 2012, someone sitting in your chair said the act would be available next year. And then I looked again, and 2014, we had the act will be available next year. So you know why I responded in that way.
And let me just respond, that in 2013, when I became the opposition spokesperson on ICT, in my first sectoral presentation in 2014, I called for the Data Protection Act. Now, we have been in government for around 8 months. But that was one of the first things I asked for on becoming minister, the status of the Data Protection Act. We also called for the single ICT regulator. And common sense dictates that those two, if nothing else, must be a priority. And so we will be delivering on those. And we are way advanced. I think that drafting instructions were given as relates to the Data Protection Act. We are still, the consultants are wrapping up as relates to the single ICT regulator. Made a presentation to Cabinet recently. Cabinet will be still mulling over the single ICT regulator. So I don't want to come back here next year saying that we are looking to promulgate in the future. We're not about that. It's better not to say anything than to make a promise or a commitment that you will not be able to fulfill.
Okay, so it seems we have one question, and we can take one question.
Okay, I'm Carolyn Ferguson. Again, don't kill me. Minister, you spoke about a smart city initiative which will be launched in New Kingston. Could you say a little bit about what it is that you intend to get? I suppose that would be a pilot. What would be the measurable success indicators from the project that you're looking for?
Well, we are currently looking at the formulating the project.
For the camera purpose.
We are still formulating the project, but it's part of a public safety initiative as well. And so, of course, crime, because of the access, where police will have more capabilities to monitor the use of the technology, again, with the Wi-Fi availability, free, secure Wi-Fi availability. So, one, you'll see persons using the technology, and of course, innovation. We are hoping that because of access, you find more persons being more innovative. Also, as it relates to ease of doing business and efficiency, we should see that, and persons should comment, or will be in a better position to comment on that as well. But we, of course, will be putting in place the necessary KPIs to ensure that we have the information to assess the success of this project, and look and see where we need to change or tweak it a bit as we move on to other cities, whether it's Montego Bay, Spanish Town. And you were mentioning Spanish Town. I'm from Spanish Town, so and something have to happen in Spanish Town.
Okay, I think we've pressed the Minister, and we want to thank you again, Minister, for your presence and participation. Can we give the Minister a closing round of applause? And we can now take the coffee break. Thanks for your patience, and we ask that we get back here in about 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nicole Foga, and I'm here to chair this exciting Session 3, Protecting Telecom Services, Banking, and eGov. Now, for some persons who may not be nerds, it might seem a little on the boring side. But trust me, when you are actually working in the area engaged, you come to realize how exciting an area it is and how important it is that all of us in Jamaica get on board and understand what is happening. I am delighted to introduce the members of the head table or semi-head table, because I know we have a powerhouse table right at the front. You will notice from your program that the Honorable Minister was supposed to speak, but he began the session in the previous session. So we are now almost at the part 2 side of our session, where, having followed from what the Minister said, we are going to hear from one of the leading persons in the ministry engaged on a day-to-day basis with the whole issue of telecom services, eGov, and the government policy position. Although I have said this, I want to be clear that the person I'm introducing is not Cecil McCain, who himself is a very able individual. However, Cecil is unable to be with us, and so he found someone who I would say is more than qualified to guide us in this area. Joaquin Murray is the Chief Technical Director with responsibility for ICT. She's also a director of eGov Jamaica Limited, as well as director and corporate secretary of the eLearning Jamaica Company Limited. Having said this, I really want you all to pay keen attention to what Joaquin is saying, because she certainly is somebody in the ministry who puts her heart and soul in what she's doing and doing on behalf of all of us. So with that brief introduction, Joaquin, not setting you up, but please come and deliver that power performance that I know.
Good morning, everybody. Nicole just set me up. As she indicated, I am filling in for Cecil. So you will notice Cecil's name on the presentation because he actually prepared it. So, but I'm going to take you through it, and I'll speak as best as I can on what it is that the government is doing with respect to cyber security, particularly as it relates to telecom services. So we can begin by looking at some statistics, global. So number of individuals using the internet, 3.5 billion. Number of mobile cellular telephone subscription, 7.4 billion. And the global revenue from that is 1.1 trillion US, and our source is Forbes. And it says here that this is an issue. And you're thinking, okay, so why 1.1 trillion? Why would $1.1 trillion be an issue? It's an issue in the context of telecom services because of cyber threats. So here you have an area within the ICT sector that is earning tremendous amounts of money and doing tremendous work, and therefore is a target for cyber attacks and cyber incidents. So some of the key considerations as we think about telecom services is this. So due to convergence, telecommunication companies are merging with internet networks, media, content providers, and aggregators. And we've seen that locally. CW, CNW, and Liberty. We've seen that more recently in the US, AT&T's purchase of Time Warner. So it's either that telecom companies are becoming media and content providers, or media and content providers are becoming telecom companies. Take your pick. But there's convergence happening, and it means money is following money. Data is following data. And the implications for that on users of those data, or services rather, is going to be critical. And then if you add to that the fact that other infrastructure sectors such as power, water, are adopting the internet as a primary means of connectivity, then what we're seeing is that more and more what we define as critical infrastructure operators are coming on stream and coming into the internet or onto the internet and using internet services. And so it is of grave concern in the context of cybersecurity, because if you have a situation where what you call or what you define as your critical infrastructure operators and resources being connected in a way and providing services, because if it is power, we know how critical that is. I think we had recently, it might have been about 2 months ago, a complete blackout, island-wide blackout for about 3 or 4 or 5 hours for some people. And if we think about that in the context of a cyber attack or a cyber incident, if we think about water in the context, or traffic signals in the context, or transportation systems or networks in the context of that, and that is what we're talking about when we see that the convergence, while beneficial, we have to look at the potential for destructive behavior by criminal perpetrators. So the fact is that the infrastructure backbone of telecommunications operator is the key platform over which ICT technology revolution is being driven globally. And so we have to pay particular attention to them. Telecom companies are therefore a big target for cyber attacks because they build, control, and operate critical infrastructure that is widely used to communicate and store large amounts of personal and sensitive data. So the Semantics Internet Security Threats Report of 2015 gives us some nice takeaways, or key takeaways. The first thing is that cyber incidents are becoming ever more sophisticated. They're relying on increasingly unique malware, and there's an estimate of about almost 1 million new variant of malwares every day. The report also signals that there is increasing sophistication, which makes the perpetrators more efficient and harder to detect. And I think everybody can appreciate the fact that in a lot of ways we're practically playing catch up. And they're organized in a way and they communicate in a way that we don't. And by we don't, I mean whether it's government and private sector or private sector and law enforcement, because we're busy keeping things to ourselves. Could be fear of the embarrassment. I don't want to be called out, and I don't want anybody to know that my company has been threatened in this way. But by doing that, what we're finding is that you're then locking yourself into a situation where nobody else knows what's happening. You can't share with another organization, and therefore another organization can't put themselves in a position where they can prepare themselves. And so that lack of communication and coordination between I'm focusing on critical infrastructure operators, including telecommunication services, then makes it much easier for these entities to be targets. So critical infrastructure such as oil and gas, healthcare, retail top the list of targeted sectors. Well, you may say, well, we don't have to worry about oil and gas, but remember that we're exploring. And then, of course, we know about what happened in the US with respect to healthcare and very sensitive information. And then, of course, as we look at retail, we think in our local context about our micro, small, and medium enterprises who are not so au fait and are not protecting their systems, but they're clients and customers and service providers of larger entities. And what is the implication, therefore, for the absence of cybersecurity, what would you say, cybersecurity system within SMEs, and the lack of that and the spin-off effect on the clients and customers that they interact with. So if you think about an SME who sells or provides services to a government agency, is holding data and or interacting with the government or anybody else for that matter in a way and then they are not themselves protected. And so that is retail. And when we think about retail from the global perspective, we can think about the Target and the Walmart and the leaks that have happened with sensitive data and millions or thousands of persons or customers' data being leaked. So the information is key when we as government have to prioritize policy efforts around cybersecurity. So the incidents are reported by entities of all scales, as large corporations are often targeted through, as we said, the smaller players and what we would want to call the weaker links or the weak link. The focus, therefore, can't be entirely on what larger corporations are doing, whether it's telecommunication services, but we also have to look at what the small man is doing and what the small businesses are doing, whether they are being informed, whether they are being educated, because we are as strong as the weakest link. So, other takeaways from the report: the Internet of Things is gradually becoming part of everyday life. I'm sure everybody is aware of the stats around how many thousands and millions of things will be connected to the internet in due course, whether in the form of mobile devices, which are pretty common, wearable technology, smart homes and appliances, smart home appliances, your fridge, connected cars, and medical devices. All are potential targets. So from a policy perspective, the government has to play a role in mobilizing the owners of critical infrastructure in the private sector with a view to creating a robust cybersecurity framework. Some additional data. So digital extortion is on the rise. 45 times more people had their devices held hostage in 2014. And ransomware attacks grew by 113% in 2014. Cybercriminals are leveraging social networks and apps to do their dirty work. 17% of all Android apps, nearly 1 million in total, were actually malware in disguise. And what is interesting about it is that everybody wants an app. You have an app for this, you have an app for mosquito repellent, you have an app for, I don't know what there isn't an app for. So that's food for thought for a lot of us to go back and kind of think about, do I really need this app? Right. And then cyber attackers are leapfrogging defenses in ways companies lack insight to anticipate, using stolen email accounts from one corporate victim to spearfish their next corporate victim. Again, I mentioned earlier the fact that there is a dark web where conversations are happening, people are sharing, and yet when we try to pull people in a room to have a discussion around, and this is not to give away confidential, secrets and so on, but to have a discussion around what's the level of protection that you have, what standards are you using? People are sitting and looking and smiling, and so we're not in a position to fight. We're not in a position to respond, because a lot of the times we don't know what we're responding to. So attackers are streamlining and upgrading their techniques while companies struggle to fight old tactics. So hiding inside software vendors' updates, in essence, Trojanizing updates to trick targeted companies into infecting themselves. So what is the government's plan? When we sat to develop the 2015 National Cybersecurity Strategy, one of the things that struck us, and it was obvious to us before, but came home a little bit more forcefully, is that cybersecurity is one area which requires a lot of collaboration. It's not something that one entity within government or government in its totality can do on its own. And it requires partnership with private sector, it requires partnership with academia, it requires partnership with NGOs, it requires partnership. And so the strategy seeks to engender confidence in cyberspace such that Jamaicans can continue to achieve their full potential by building awareness regarding cybersecurity and developing a culture of cybersecurity. The strategy is sits on 4 main pillars, and one of them is technical measures. And here we say that we're seeking to ensure that network infrastructure, and in particular, critical infrastructure systems, are resilient to cyber threats. And these efforts will include the establishment of our CERT, and we've done that. A risk-based approach will be adopted whereby risk assessments will be undertaken and the necessary preventative measures, including the application of best practices and standards, will be promoted and adopted by both the public and private sector. More particularly as it relates to critical infrastructures, we have itemized in the strategy three main things with respect to critical infrastructure operators. And we looked at it in the context of, if we think about the telecom services, those are private entities. Government has no control over their behavior in this regard. And then we looked at the fact that, but there are critical infrastructure that government owns. That's water. Similarly, electricity is out of our control. And so within the strategy, we determined that, and this is what is stated, that we're going to, the GOJ intends to promote and encourage adherence to international best practices among owners and operators of critical infrastructure. And we're going to encourage self-regulation by these owners because that's the best we can do. And additionally, we're going to try to develop a system of reporting by owners and operators with respect to cybersecurity breaches. And this is where it gets kind of tricky, because this system of reporting is not one that is legislated. So you're really looking now for goodwill, a kind of goodwill, where people understand what we're up against and determine that it is in all our interests to sit and have discussions. And we can put the confidentiality agreements together and non-disclosure agreements that we can talk freely. But that is what is being encouraged. With respect to the other pillar, which is human resource and capacity building, we recognize that establishing and sustaining a pool of trained professionals in information security will assist in ensuring there is national capacity to detect, respond, and recover from cyber incidents, as well as promote local research and development in information security in Jamaica. Our third pillar, which is legal and regulatory in nature, here our efforts will be focused on examining continuously and undertaking reform in the legislative landscape to promote a healthy and safe business environment where businesses can thrive, and of course all stakeholders can be assured that should they fall victim to cybercrimes, there is recourse. And we have been on a path of reviewing, and we will continue to review our legislation. And the thing about cybersecurity, it's more than just one piece of legislation. You would have heard before recent reviews of the Cybercrimes Act. You would have heard Minister mention the data protection, but we also have to look at things like our Electronic Transactions Act. We also have to look at our interception of telecommunications or pornography, whatever it is, because at the end of the day, what we're looking at is whether or not, as a collective whole, our legislative framework supports and protects. And then finally, and certainly not by any means least, it's the public education and awareness, which seeks to develop targeted campaigns to facilitate each stakeholder group's understanding the potential threats and risk they would likely face, and appropriate action that can be taken to protect themselves. The vulnerable in the society are specifically identified as requiring special attention. So, for the government and utilizing our national cybersecurity strategy, we see all 4 elements, not standingness, and I said pillars, but they really are intertwined. We're talking about legal and regulatory efforts, we talk about public education and awareness, we talk about technical measures and capacity building, but they all flow together for one broader, a more expansive framework with respect to cybersecurity. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joaquin. We'll be doing the Q&A afterwards, but I'm going to use my privilege as chair to just touch on a couple things to remind us of the importance of collaboration between public sector and private sector, and the importance of conferences such as this in engaging persons who have expertise in the area or who want to have expertise in the area. Because one of the takeaways from this, and anytime I come to these conferences, I have, and my colleague Georgia Gibson Henlin knows very well, we are to be afraid. We are to be very afraid of what is happening. And there is a notion of us and them. The telcos will somehow take care of us. The government will somehow take care of us. But we, the citizens, have to insist on greater accountability from those involved in critical infrastructure. We talk about accountability for the government, but we also have to look at accountability for those who operate the networks. And that allows me to segue into the next presenter, Damian Donaldson, who is an information security professional. A few years ago, that profession didn't exist, but now we have information security professional with 11 years of experience developing and operating information security programs within the utilities and financial industries in the Caribbean. He has, his tertiary education involves the University of London and the University of the West Indies, and I'm pleased to say he is certified by the International Information System Security Certification Consortium as a certified information system security professional. And he's also certified by the Information Systems Audit and Control Association. The point being, the man is qualified to speak to us. Damian, come forward.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just want to cue this thing up. Okay, here we go. All right, so this morning we're going to be talking, or this afternoon, I'm sorry, we're going to be talking about issues regarding cyber threats and the financial institutions. So information security, cyber security is a very important area of focus for financial institutions. Why is that? Well, like any other institution today, they're dependent upon information in order to run their business. Clients who invest or who place their assets with financial institutions are not just doing so are not just expecting monetary or financial services. They're actually also expecting security services. The banks and financial institutions are expected to keep financial information of their clients confidential and safe and accessible to them whenever they need it. And it has to be of high integrity. It has to be accurate. There can't be any errors. So just as with many other organizations that provide services, security is something that is important to financial institutions. Information systems and technology, critical in order for that to take place. You need computer systems, you need telecommunication networks, and all the various trappings. And information today is a valuable commodity, not just legitimately, but also to criminals and cyber criminals. So why target financial institutions? Well, that's where the money is, right? There's a lot of money to be made, right? That's where the money is, a lot of money to be made. And what's happened now is that technology has made cybercrime a very lucrative operation, a lucrative business for criminals. It offers high reward and relatively lower risk compared to traditional criminal activities. So it's been said that the proceeds from cybercrime have now exceeded or been in great comparison or competition with even the drug trade, right? So it's more lucrative. It's a very lucrative criminal enterprise to engage in. And there are some examples in the past that have demonstrated that. In 2015, the CARIMAC cybercrime group were able to successfully infiltrate the internal systems of several financial institutions. And they were able to siphon off tens of millions of US dollars. The exact count has not yet been determined or released, but it's upwards of millions of US dollars, tens of millions. And earlier this year, the Bangladesh bank heist resulted in losses of 81 million US dollars. And what happened in that case was that the attackers were able to infiltrate the network of the bank, and they were able to manipulate the SWIFT system, which allows for transfer of funds between financial institutions, stole credentials, and they initiated several fraudulent money transfer requests. And I think only 3 got through successfully. But those 3 that got through successfully, out of the several that were attempted, netted 81 million US dollars. So that's an example to show that it's high reward. Even though there is risk associated with it, the risk is lower than that of traditional criminal activities. Gone are the days when it was fruitful for somebody to, physically walk into a financial institution and hold up people at gunpoint and run off without a cash. There are controls in place now that minimize the impact of that from a financial loss standpoint and so on. But if you can stay on a keyboard, on a computer remotely and hack into a bank or compromise a client and are able to siphon out millions of dollars without physically exposing yourself, then that is something that is very attractive to criminals. And that's a reality that we deal with today. So let's look at some of the vulnerabilities in financial institutions. And financial institutions are not unique in this regard, as that every institution, every company, every organization has vulnerabilities that can be exploited. So this is not anything that is necessarily unique to financial institutions. But you have technology flaws, hardware, software. There are flaws. Human beings are not perfect, so when we make things, we don't make them perfectly. And you have to have a process in place whereby you identify these flaws that can be exploited and you fix them. Well, what happens oftentimes is that with many institutions, especially, funny enough, even large institutions sometimes are slow to move with certain changes. The pace at which you find and fix flaws is not as quick as the pace at which the criminals find and exploit these flaws. So you're almost like at an arms race kind of thing. I fix this today, they find another way to get in tomorrow, and you're constantly going at it back and forth, right? Over time, what's happened is that the technical issues, technical defenses have evolved and improved somewhat. So you find the nature of the attacks that cyber criminals will use has had to evolve as well. Back in the day, cyber criminals would be hacking directly systems and networks. They'd be finding flaws in operating systems, in applications, in networking devices, and actually exploiting that with exploit code and getting a foothold into organizations and doing their damage. That still happens today, but it's a lot less pronounced now because technical defenses have improved. Organizations are implementing security devices, firewalls, intrusion detection systems, and so on. They're doing patch management. They're doing malware protection. So the technical avenues for compromise have been minimized somewhat. What that has forced the criminals to do now is exploit the as yet less defended, less protected, the more vulnerable aspect, which is the fleshware vulnerabilities now. And I talk about human beings, the hacking the human, social engineering, conmanship, generalship, scamming, whatever you want to call it. That is where the criminals are now finding netting their greatest benefits. And why is that? Because it's much easier to hack a human, right? You exploit emotions, you exploit lack of information or lack of knowledge, and they are able to use the technology to trick people in sophisticated ways, right? So, for example, everybody knows about phishing emails that come to you saying, I am from XYZ institution. We have found that there's an issue on your account. You need to send us your username and password so we can rectify the issue. And there are many people, even in this day and age, even though there have been warnings all over the place, who will fall for it. Why they fall for it? Because those emails and those scams are very convincing. There was a time when you could look at an email and know it was fraudulent just based on the grammar that was used and sentence construction. You can say, well, that person is not a native English speaker, or a bank wouldn't phrase it like this. You can't do that anymore, right? These guys are sophisticated that they will clone established websites, clone official emails, letterheads, whatever, and you can't tell by looking. What you really have to do is to be aware of your institution's policies regarding how you handle security issues, how you handle wire transfers, how you handle transactions. And if somebody is asking you to do something that is not in line with what you know the organization's policy is supposed to be, that's a red flag. You have to look at the content. It is said that in communication, it's only a small percentage of what is communicated verbally is actually what registers with people, and that what people tend to pick up most on is like body language or tone, inflection, and non-verbal cues. That's a dangerous thing from a security standpoint, because if I can look the look and I can talk the talk and sound convincing enough, even if I'm talking absolute utter rubbish, I will be able to trick people. And that is what social engineering is built upon. And the only defense to that is awareness. You have to know what is the truth so you can separate truth from fiction and do the right thing. Right? So cyber criminals have many avenues of attack now. Right? They can attack financial institutions directly, or they can attack those who interface with financial institutions. And it's often much easier for the criminals to attack those who interface with institutions. Why is that? A financial institution may have hundreds, thousands of clients. Every single individual that has an account, an ABM card, every individual who uses a mobile device, a computer to connect to the financial institution is a potential point of attack. That's another avenue into the institution, right? So your personal computer, your device that you use to connect to a financial institution to do online banking, mobile banking, or whatever the case may be, is actually now an extension of that security perimeter of that organization. And the challenge then is that, okay, back in the day when the bank's perimeter or the institution's security perimeter stopped at the firewall, you can't do that anymore because now these devices are beyond the firewall. How does the institution now manage the security risk that comes with the extension of that security boundary? That's a big challenge. So the use of technology to increase points of customer contact and make transacting business easier actually now bears with it associated risk, right? And it presents cyber criminals with an increased attack surface to target the institution. And some examples of the type of attacks that take place. We've spoken about phishing, fraudulent emails, right? They try to trick you into giving up sensitive information, your PIN, your account number, your password, so on and so forth. And there are variations on that. Sometimes you get a link and you click the link and it brings you to a legitimate looking website with a form and you're invited to log into your internet banking account and change your password or do something. And that's how some people get tricked with it. Sometimes it's a situation in which they actually send it to the actual real website, but what's happening behind the scenes is that there's a man-in-the-middle attack whereby they've set up some other system that is funneling your information from your browser to their system, and they're proxying it to the legitimate banking system and monitoring what you're doing. You're seeing the real thing in real time, not knowing that there's somebody behind the scenes that is monitoring your activities, and they get your stuff that way. Variations on the theme. In the media, in the consciousness locally, there's been awareness about card skimming and card-related fraudulent activities at financial institutions, ABMs, and so on. And that's pretty much whereby your ABM card or your credit card, the mag stripe that contains information, your financial information on the card, is copied or cloned. And they used to make a copy card, and they go around and use that to pull money from your accounts or do transactions impersonating you, right? And that is something that we have to be aware of. There are vulnerabilities in the technologies that are used, and there are improvements that are available and that are being rolled out across different financial institutions that will combat that. Talk about chip and PIN, whereby it won't be so easy now to just clone a card. With the current situation, a lot of information is in the mag stripe, and once you clone that and you get hold of somebody's PIN, you own them, right? They use ingenious ways to get hold of your PIN. They have, modify the ABM machines. They have put cameras over the PIN pad to actually see what you're typing in, and that camera is transmitting the information to somebody nearby via Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, or recording it on a data card, and they put it there. They come back afterwards and they pull the information and go about their business. I've seen where there are attacks whereby, and it sounds kind of sci-fi, but there are thermal cameras now that are able to pick up the heat signature on a pin pad. So you go to a point-of-sale machine and you type in your pin and you walk away, and a guy walks up behind you with a thermal camera hooked up to an iPhone or something, and he looks at the pin pad and he sees, based on the color on the keypads, which keys you are likely to have pressed before based on the heat signature, and he has your pin, right? So there are attacks like that. There are, we also talk about money laundering via money mules. Basically people who allow their accounts, their bank accounts or so on, to be used to transfer funds on behalf of cyber criminals. And many people do it unknowingly. They get tricked into, work from home scam or a mystery shopper type of thing, whereby they're told, participate in this, we'll send you X amount of money. All you have to do is transfer X percentage of it to this account, wire it to that account, and you can keep a certain percentage for yourself as your commission, or reconciliation officers, as some of them call them. And what's actually happening is that the proceeds of criminal activities are being laundered through the system, through these persons' accounts, in an attempt to make the trail or make attribution more difficult, so that at the end of the day, when the authorities identify that there's an issue, it's that individual, that money mule, who is left holding the bag. That's where the evidence points to. It's their accounts that are being used. The real criminals behind the scenes would have been obfuscated during the process. So hacking, straight up hacking still takes place. Attackers look for vulnerabilities in systems, exploit them. They get a foothold into the organization. They don't always necessarily act on the access that they have. They'll stay resident for a time and watch and monitor, learn how the institution works. They'll get credentials, they'll profile the environment, and then they make their move, whether it is to do data theft or to manipulate systems to exfiltrate funds, similar to what happened with the Bangladesh bank heist. Whatever the case is, they're there sitting on the network sometimes for months, years before they're detected. You call that advanced persistent threats. I think that's a buzzword that is used for that these days. So it's become more difficult to execute attacks like that these days for the reasons mentioned before. But an organized criminal with resources is able to pull off these things. And when they are able to pull it off successfully, as we've seen with the type of losses incurred by the institutions, the payload is huge for them, right? So there's still an incentive to do that. And must stress that nowadays, cyber threats, cyber attacks, it's organized crime. These are guys with resources and with a business model that rivals legitimate e-commerce environments, right? I don't have to be a coder, a programmer, a real hacker in order to be a cyber criminal anymore. I can go to the underground economy on the dark web, find a service provider, cybercrime service provider, set up my account, determine what I want. I want a botnet of X million bots to do whatever, password stealing, spam, whatever the case may be. I pay with my credit card or with my Bitcoin, and I'm good to go. I even get customer support, customer service, right? I can, call a number or bring up a chat window and I get customer support and service. So it is business. It's a business. It is a real legitimate e-business. Well, not legitimate, but it rivals legitimate business models. So it's no longer just a little kid sitting in a basement hacking away with his Mountain Dew. It is criminal enterprise, right? And the challenges that we have dealing with that is that, institutions face all different kinds of risk, right? You have security risk, physical security risk, right? You have financial risk. You have risk associated with your operations, your suppliers, all of that sort of stuff. And cybersecurity risk is just one of those risks. And depending on an institution, they may prioritize cybersecurity higher or lower up the chain, dependent on how dependent they are on information and technology, right? So you have a competition for resources. And I think in our local context, much has been said about capacity building. capacity and availability of good technical resources, qualified, trained resources, is a challenge, right? Cybercrime activity also is sometimes it's not detected in a timely manner, right? Many organizations don't even realize that there's an issue until very late. You don't realize until, you know, your financial statements look off. You don't realize until customers are crying out. Oftentimes the rate at which you, or the time at which you detect that there's a problem is way past the point at which the problem actually manifested itself, right? And cybercrime investigations can be very complicated. It's sometimes difficult to identify who the criminal is, where the criminal is, and therefore it makes it difficult to go after them. So when you talk about the fact that I can stay in Jamaica and I can connect the systems in the UK, Canada, wherever, you have cyber criminals who are all on the other side of the world who are routing their traffic through an army of infected computers, innocent people's computers who are infected and being used to perpetuate attacks on institutions. We saw, there was an example recently where it was said that, you know, this Internet of Things was responsible for or participated greatly in denial of service attacks on large websites in the US. So when you have that kind of situation existing, it makes attribution very, very difficult, right? It's not as easy to identify where an attack is coming from. And even if you identify that the attacker came from, you know, this country or this location, from a legal standpoint, and my legal colleagues can testify to that, you are going to now have jurisdictional issues in terms of, okay, which laws were broken where, and how do you proceed now to gather evidence and prosecute if it is that you're going to go that route. And even before you even reach the route of prosecution, just from a law enforcement standpoint, to investigate and identify and apprehend, it is likely going to take some amount of collaboration and cooperation, multi-jurisdictional in nature, in order to accomplish that. So it's complicated. And the criminals know this. They know this, which is why, for them, it's a high reward and lower risk enterprise than traditional criminal activity, right? And that's a big challenge. So key in terms of dealing with this, the whole cybercrime issue, and for financial institutions especially, the whole thing of digital forensics and evidence gathering and preservation and presentation, it's important. Successful prosecution of cybercrime depends on the availability of credible digital forensic evidence. And forensic tools and techniques are needed in order to gather that evidence in a manner that preserves the integrity and facilitates investigation and reporting. And many organizations are just not in a position to even start that process of gathering evidence. It's an unfortunate reality because at the time at which there's an incident, it's probably already too late to even think about credibly, you know, gathering all that evidence with certain systems. You would really need to have that thought in mind when you are implementing and designing your systems so that you know that one day if the need arises, these facilities are in place for me to conveniently and easily gather the evidence that I need. Digital evidence is volatile in nature, and there are some things that, you know, if you don't act in a timely manner, it's gone forever and you'll never know what happened. So you need to be prepared. And systems and personnel must be prepared beforehand. So it's good to have the systems. You need that. You need to have the training and the personnel, the qualified personnel who know what they're doing in order to facilitate that process and ensure that it's done successfully. So that's a challenge that is faced. And in conclusion, you know, financial institutions make attractive targets. That's where the money is. Oftentimes, the people who work within and do business with institutions that are the most vulnerable links in the security chain, right? People, fleshware. Technology alone cannot solve the problem. Security is not a technology issue. It requires people, process, and technology focus in order for there to be some resolution, right? And awareness is critical. User awareness, awareness of the leadership, management, so that they understand the priority that cybersecurity needs to have in their organization. awareness for the end users, clients, customers, so that they know what their responsibility is, because it's not just a responsibility of the financial institution to keep your account safe. You have a responsibility as well. You have to keep your personal information safe. You have to keep your PIN safe. You have to keep your account information safe, right? And you have to monitor your accounts and your transactions as well. So everybody has a responsibility for that. Investigating and prosecuting cybercrime incidents can be a complicated endeavor, right? And institutions have to prepare themselves for incidents before the incidents happen. After the incident has taken place, it's not the right time to start figuring out what I need to do to get things in order, right? It's too late after that. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Damien. I think you have continued with the trend of what we should be afraid of. And looking at vulnerabilities in financial institutions, you have raised the issue for me in relation to the thermal heat signatures, that if I go to an ATM, I might have to plunge my hand in ice water before I punch in. Because based on what you're saying, I would almost stop doing banking. And one of the things we have to bear in mind, though, that Damien emphasized is looking at this profile of cyber criminals and thinking that it's a particular type of person. The reality of the matter is, once organized crime gets involved, it cuts different classes, different approaches, and for some persons, Jamaica may appear to be an appropriate site to pass through with their nefarious activities, because we are a small developing country. And so that's why it's important for all of us to get on board, look where the vulnerabilities are, look at raising user understanding, and certainly, again, holding different organizations accountable. We're now going to move over to looking at e-government. And we have as our presenter Mr. Andrew Nooks. He is the Managing Director of Open Wave Information Security, a leader in information security assurance and advisory services. He has over 20 years experience in information systems administration. He has been involved in audit and security assessments and deals routinely with application security, network and operating systems vulnerability, IT solution research and selection, security incident response, and digital forensics. Andrew, can you come forward now? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, as one speaker said yesterday, I'm the one that's standing between you and lunch. So I can hear growls from here. Hopefully, you know, I'll add a perspective. I could very well come up here and just say ditto and take questions, because between Joaquin and Damien, they covered most of what I have to say. So hopefully I can just browse through very quickly. So disclaimer first and foremost. I use images only because in presentations you all expect it. The images probably don't bear any relationship with the slides or the content that I'm going to speak about. I know I was asked to, you know, as Ms. Foga indicated, to speak on eGov, but I will tell you this. I'm not authorized. I'm not so authorized. So whatever I speak about eGov will be very general. And the images are not original works. I didn't sit down and design them myself. I borrowed them from the internet. So through this presentation, I just want to define eGov, talk about some general threats. And the threats are to e-government as it is to everything else, really. Some of the consequences and some recommendations. Now, listen, when you put together a topic that is so lengthy. Let me show you that topic. Hold on. Telecoms, networks, and cyber threats to the government, citizens, and the private sector. We had a great challenge into determining what we should focus on and what we should talk about. So listen, bear with me. I'm going to try and touch on everything. That means my talk may not necessarily be coherent or cohesive. All right? We're just going to talk about things. You with me? All right, so we can talk the things now? All right, great. E-government really is the use by government agency of information and communications technology to transform relations with citizens, businesses, and other arms of government. And the source for that definition is World Bank. I couldn't come up with that myself, trust me. And the diagram intends to depict those relationships and communication. Business to business, government to government, citizen to citizen, citizen to business, and so on and so forth. Threats, cyber threats. We hear about ransomware and the Internet of Things, sorry. Right? Because even now, your toilet gets on the internet. God knows what it is sending out. Yeah. Then you have the threats against a term I am learning today too. Probably I've seen it before, but fleshware. Yeah, that's a nice one. Fleshware. Anyway, fishing, farming, and that should be whaling. And that is usually attacks against the human, the flesh. Then there's something that we're hardly talking about when we talk about cybersecurity and all of that. We hardly talk about 3D printing and the emergence of 3D printing. Because now you can use a printer to print a firearm. You can use a printer to do biometrics, right? To print a fingerprint. And then, from a privacy and other security issues, drone technology, where everybody can go out to the store and they can buy a drone, hook it up with a camera and fly it pretty much anywhere. I brought a couple of gadgets with me. This isn't a drone, but this is my pen. Yeah. And this is a Bluetooth scanning device. This is my tablet, but it doesn't have a regular Android operating system on it. And as you can see, it's hooked up with a little extra antenna. This is the Wi-Fi hotspot called, what's the name of it again? MonaCon. You have a Mona Connect and a MonaCon. This is MonaCon. So did you see it? Did you connect to it? Good. We'll talk about that in a little bit. So, if we talk about threats, then we have to talk about threat actors. And these are malicious individuals, nation states, the guys who put on the mask and thing, right? These are the guys, the anonymous guys with that, right? These are the threat actors. Everybody agree? Wrong. Look at this guy, probably just sitting down in your lobby waiting for something. Like I was just sitting over there just having some chit-chat while, trying to see who is connecting to what and where. No, sorry. I'm not so authorized, so though I could, I kind of shied away. But the threat actors are your employees, your contractors, your neighbors, your customers, your children. Security professionals? Maybe. But then you have the ethical ones too. Like myself and Damien, right, Damien? All right, great. So we talk about the challenges, and Damien mentioned it. So I'm kind of reiterating a lot of what Damien said, right? Damien mentioned some of the challenges. And Joaquin talked about the cyber security strategy for government. And those are the 4 pillars or 4 tenets that she mentioned. But technical infrastructure, skills and competencies. So let's look at skills and competency. Because when we're talking about this beast called cyber crime and cyber threats and cyber this and cyber that, which really is just a fancy word for thief. We talk about skills and competency, and we're trying to retain the right skill and build capacity and everything. But look at that. The shortest blue arrow there, that was information taken from IT Career Finder, and it compares salary for security analysts of different types, InfoSec administrator, InfoSec analyst, and everything. And each of those positions earn upwards of $80,000 per year. Now we're talking about e-government, and we're talking about government attracting, building capacity and everything, right? And I don't know if the CEO for any of our government agency or quasi-government agency is earning upwards of $80,000 per year, let alone the technocrats. So we're going to have a serious challenge because we have to look at this. We won't be able to retain some of the resources that we need to do some of the things that we ought to be doing. As I say, I'm all over the place, right? Challenges for organizations and everybody else: limited security budget, limited security resources because we can't pay them, and because of that, not a lot of persons going to it. A security course, just a simple course, is $5,000 and up. And the other thing is that you can't even do it here because we don't offer that kind of training here. We have to go overseas to do it. So then we're talking about plane fare, hotel, per diem. That has escalated the cost. Some of the challenges that we have is that in businesses is that we're trying to protect everything because we don't know what we have or how critical it is to our business, and even from a personal perspective. So we go overkill, and we go overkill on the technical side. And I can tell you that the problem that we're having is not so much a technical issue, it's a people issue. It's people commit crime, and it's people get careless with them information. The organizations can put in the technology, or people can build secure technology, but then they're going to rely on other persons to implement it securely. And after the persons have implemented it securely, they're going to rely on the users of the technology to use it securely, because we all have a responsibility. So security problem, whether it be physical security or cyber security, it's a flesh issue. Yeah, I like the term, Damien. Security usually is an afterthought. Let us, now that we have built this application, now that we have built this app, let us tag security. Let's call in security to look at it. And security say, it's not good. You need to dump it and start again. You should have considered security. And you say, all right, so tell me, what can I just tweak here or tweak there? Because I have to go live. We have spent a lot on it. And you say, I can't give you any guarantees. Now you have to analyze your business risk, your risk of not doing it, as opposed to your risk of the consequences. And that's what it comes down to, risk management. Lack of training, I won't jump into that. Consequences, financial loss. If you already, by the fact that you are here is that you have already swallowed a particular pill, right? Matrix, remember that? Yeah. So the consequences, financial loss, reputational damage confidence, public relations nightmare for some organizations and even individuals. And, the lawyers will tell you, litigation. So, just some technical things here. This is part and parcel of some review we're doing. This is actually an email that came in with an attachment. And the attachment says, hey, review your commission statement. And the commission statement came in the form of a PDF document. At the next step, when you click on the PDF document executed, it says, hey, the PDF is encrypted. It will not be displayed. Download the original. And if you notice, the original there is a zip file. Now, when in our research we downloaded that zip file and unpacked it, that zip file contained malware that went out to other sites and started pulling down malware. But the funny thing about the malware that was pulling down is that it resembled legitimate programs, or it had the capability of hooking itself onto legitimate programs. So you will see a program like Windows Update that's running on your system and you say, oh, this is perfectly legitimate. But then you start examining the traffic that it is sending out and you realize, but it's not doing legitimate stuff. And then you realize, before you know it, it's collecting all your keystrokes, it's collecting all your, collecting screenshots and everything. And keystrokes really is, when you press your keyboard, it sends a signal. And that signal is usually in the form of a character. And that character is captured, stored in a file. It takes screenshots to say, this is what you're doing. And I spoke about, you all look shocked. I spoke about this 3 years ago, right here. And a lot of us didn't take heed. And I can tell you this. Anybody here ever been hacked? Anybody? Anybody ever got an email that they click on that they know they shouldn't click on? Only 2 persons. But I can tell you that I don't like using statistics, that's why I don't have any. But quite a few organizations and individuals have been compromised by this. The funny thing about it is only those who have lost money through this know about it. Are you hearing me? We're talking about not just, we're talking about government, we're talking about private sector, we're talking about individuals. We have been compromised, we have been exposed. We just don't know it. So, just a little fun stuff. Whilst I sat, I usually don't do a presentation beforehand because I don't know what everybody else is going to talk about. And I was happy to know I was going to be the last speaker, which means that I didn't have to speak too long. And this is long. So we set up just a little test device just to see how many persons your mobile device is, how much it is sending out and what it's sending out. And what this did was to mimic and receive connections, any connection that your wireless device sent out. So you could have been connected to Kentucky for argument's sake, or the new cyber city in New Kingston. Not yet? All right. The cyber city to come. You could be connected to that. When someone sets up an illegitimate access point, gives it a name, it can now force all your systems that you would connect to normally. It would mimic. So your Wi-Fi device sends out a probe, a beacon that says, hey, I'm looking for, let me see one, Mona Connect. And my device will respond and say, I am Mona Connect. Please connect to me. And you will. Or I am looking for Linksys, because I didn't bother to change the default on my home network. So I connect to my Linksys device on my home network, and I come here, your device is still trying to find Linksys, and I say, hey, I am Linksys, you can connect. and it connects. And what would happen is that your information, as you type, as you browse, as you WhatsApp, God bless WhatsApp for being encrypted now, but as you WhatsApp and all of that, your information passes through this device. It's not going to block your connection. It's going to send you on to Mona Connect. So you'll figure more or less that you're safe and you're okay. And as it relates to your Bluetooth devices, for most of you, your Bluetooth devices is also sending out probes. And for some of you, your Bluetooth devices are not necessarily the most secure. So we can pair automatically with your Bluetooth devices and start downloading your information. And, just saying to persons, you have to know what you have, know what you're storing, so that you know what and how to protect it. Because if, someone with access catches you in a compromising pose like this, then, you will have a lot of damage control to do, right? So recommendations for businesses, and Damien said it, so I'll just run through. Support has to be there from the executive management. How many executive management personnel are in the house? Executive management, a few hands, very few hands. And most times we come to these conferences, we preach to the converted. Data classification, formal documentation of systems and processes. And Damien touched on most of these, and I won't belabor you. There are 5 essentials to victory, as one of my favorite books, The Art of War. There are 5 essentials to victory. 1, you have to know when you're going to fight, when you're going to wage war, or when you're going to just shut it down and walk away, right? Whoops, sorry. You have to know when to handle both superior and inferior forces. You have to have a shared vision, shared spirit, the same spirit, in order to especially for organizations, if you're going to be combating cybercrime and responding effectively to cybercrime, then you all have to be reading from the same hymnal. You have to be prepared. It doesn't happen. You see, you have a lot of organizations that like to spend to find out who did it. But when you ask them to spend to prevent it, it's going to be a problem. I can tell you this, the cost of finding out who did it is 10 times the cost of preventing it. And in today's world, you're not going to find out a who. You're not going to find out. Because there are so many different technologies to route things, and then there's the jurisdictional problem and all of that. It's going to be much, much more difficult to find out who did it. So, spend your resources preparing and preventing. Capacity, we spoke about capacity. Security is everybody's business. It's not going to just be that for e-gov and e-government. E-government is just facilitating, safer transaction and possibly to collect more taxes. Sorry, did I say that aloud? No, but security is everybody's business. As they like to say, the risk is not knowing. You can't tell just by looking. Get tested. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. You have been successful in doing something that many people have not been able to do in relation to me, which is make me even more paranoid. than I was before. So congratulations on that. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we're open to the Q&A section. I'm hoping the mics are live and real. Good. Well, then I will move from here. All right, we'll move from here and just identify yourself if you have any question. No, there are tons of questions out there. Yes, sir.
Okay, the name is Adepina Adikwe. I wanted to share a comment. I've just experienced a new APT in the last week. It's an email. Normally what would you do? If you see that it's suspicious, you say mark as spam, right? But when you mark it as spam, it's supposed to go into your spam box. But this email doesn't go there. When you go back to checking your spam box, it shows that email. So it's now detecting that you're marking as spam. And those trainings out there that this is something, this is the right forum to share such an experience. We mark as spam, which is what we normally do. Most of us will not even go back to check if it's in the spam box. And you go back and you still find it out in the email. That's quite interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I may add another comment to that, a lot of persons have this idea that based on the devices and everything that they're using, they are protected. So some persons say, oh, I use an iDevice, so I'm okay. I don't use Android. I use Linux, so I'm okay. But you have such a thing as platform-independent applications. One of such is Java that runs on any application, any platform. And what has been happening now is that the malware writers have moved to writing malwares in Java. So your Android phone, your iPhones, whatever devices that you have, they're no longer safe. They're no longer as secure as you thought they were. And they do the same things. And the funny thing about it is that malware now is resident in memory. So when you call your forensic analyst to look at that, if your systems has been shut down, then a significant portion of whatever they would find would have been lost. Just thought I would add that.
Yes, come in.
Excellent presentations. Joaquin said something though that concerned me. You said that when you try to bring, when you try to bring the parties together, the relevant parties together, say the telecoms companies, they come and they sit around the room but they don't share anything. And I am wondering what steps are you taking as the ministry? Because under this Cyber Crimes Act, as we said in an earlier session, the responsibility flows from the top, from the boards of directors to ensure that their systems are safe, that persons are not using their systems in untoward ways. So I think perhaps the ministry is not tackling the problem, or I don't know, from the top by making the boards aware of their responsibilities to keep their customers, the citizens protected.
So it's not necessarily an issue regarding whether or not you're doing what you're supposed to be doing in terms of protecting their own systems. Where the concern I raised was in the context of sharing. How do you facilitate sharing and communication? Because I could come as a telco or any one of the critical infrastructure operators like GPS or NWC and I could say, I'm doing that. I've done that. But I'm not going to tell you, as has been shared earlier, my experiences with X malware or Y attack. And so I have that sitting on, and I'm not telling anybody else because of embarrassment, whatever it is. And so the information doesn't get passed around. And so JPS doesn't know that this is out there. Telecoms doesn't know that this is out there. And then we have a situation where, but nobody can compel you to talk. So that's the discussion, that was the issue that I raised. It's not a matter of, as Nicole was saying, we need to keep our critical infrastructure operators credible and ensure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, or accountable. That's not where my concern or our concern is how do we get people to a place where we can say, you can speak in this forum, in this room, at this table, in confidence. Because it's all about, at the end of the day, it boils down to trust. How can I get everybody in a room and sit and talk openly about the attacks they have had, their experiences they've had, and how they've addressed it, so that we're all the better for the knowledge.
Understood. Yeah, but let me just address some of what Kim was saying. I mean, at the heart of her issue is the whole system of reporting, and that companies are reticent because there is a lack of trust. There are concerns, I heard mentioned casually, about whether people want information for taxation purposes, whatever. My issue with accountability goes that the persons who are the end users, the consumers, the clients, must demand increasingly from the companies, the organizations that they are getting the services from, a certain level of standard that forces them now to want to collaborate, so that, as you said, your JPS, your NWC will dialogue because there's a problem somewhere. Their clients are recognizing it. So I do agree, and I think Joaquin was just simply saying that from a government, it's a little difficult to get the players. But we, the people, through one of the pillars, public education, must be out there and still hold the boards accountable, and we who are lawyers who sit on these different boards or organizations have to bring it to persons' attention that by keeping it to yourself, you're not assisting the process.
That was the point I was trying to
Yeah.
Sorry, can I just add something to that? I think it's collaboration and information sharing has actually been taking place within the technical industries among professionals for some time, but it's typically in an informal fashion, right? It's not an official thing where you convene meetings and formalities ensue. Professionals share information off the record, and in recent times there have been efforts to facilitate probably more formal knowledge sharing, information sharing, collaboration in different forums. One such forum is the Kingston, Jamaica chapter of the Information Systems Audit and Control Association, ISOC, a newly formed local chapter of information security audit governance professionals who are able to meet and share information and so on and so forth. And there's representation from government, private sector, financial institutions, telecoms, etc. There are information sharing and collaboration efforts within the banking sector. Jamaica Bankers Association recently had a joint awareness campaign in Cybersecurity Month to educate the public about cybersecurity matters related to the banking sector. So there are efforts underway to improve that whole atmosphere of collaboration and information and knowledge sharing. What you may find challenging though is, I guess, the kind of information whereby, okay, I've been hit with this is what I use, this is what I did. Certain specifics and details, organizations are going to be understandably sensitive about sharing. It has implications for reputation, reputational damage, in some cases proprietary information, trademark, etc., etc. But there are certain kinds of information that we can share openly. Threat information, threat intelligence. Who are the bad actors out there? What are the campaigns that you see running out there? The spam campaigns, the phishing campaigns, what malware are we seeing? Those kind of conversations, I don't think most organizations have a problem sharing and engaging in, and it is happening amongst professionals. So I think it's recognized that a more formal environment for that kind of collaboration needs to exist, and I think there is work on the way to establish that. But it's not, the situation is not as dire as nobody's talking to anybody. I think the IT community in general in Jamaica has been one that has been very open to collaboration because, quite frankly, because of the limited capacity that is out there. Some of us coming up in the ranks would not survive in our jobs if we didn't talk to people, other colleagues from other institutions. So it exists in an informal sense, and I think there are efforts being made to increase that and put a more formal spin on it.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Just wanted to add and make a comment. My name is Trevor Forrest. I'm the Senior Advisor to the Minister of Science, Energy and Technology. What I will say, and the question had to do with what is government doing. What I can say is that a lot of what we're talking about here that has been discussed speaks to the need for a national cyber security monitoring and management apparatus that currently doesn't exist. And one of the things that discussions have started at the highest level as it relates to creating just that. So you will see some things happening even as we speak. Some things happened a couple of weeks ago. And all of these particular events are with an eye to creating that kind of apparatus that is needed. So when we talk about cybersecurity at the national level, it not only involves, MDAs and the Ministry of Technology, but we're talking about, Ministry of National Security. We're talking about Ministry of Defense. We have a huge gamut of things that we have to look at to ensure that, because look, cyber threats are akin to war now. Economies can literally be obliterated by cyber threats and cyber attacks. So it's no longer simply a situation where we're looking at what happens to your smartphone, your tablet, your laptop, or your desktop. We're talking about the possibility that utilities can be rendered inaccessible, useless for days. And without a monitoring and management apparatus at the national level, we are still vulnerable. So the discussions have started, and things are being put in place, and the foundation is being created to ensure that sooner than later, that kind of scenario can be dealt with. It is scary, yes, but the good thing about it is that the people in government who need to know and need to understand have been made to do so.
All right, well, that itself is frightening. Big Brother is watching. So, yes, that's very frightening. So yes, but that's why you have the debate. We do have a constitution that recognizes certain rights of privacy. So it will be interesting because the reality is you balance security, the need of the security of the citizen, with the individual right. And I anticipate that in the months and years to follow, we will have to engage in these kinds of debates. And while I definitely agree, certainly in the banking sector, you see a lot of collaboration. I am curious to know whether in the telecoms infrastructure sector, whether they are busy collaborating since they are busy competing. And so, again, based on what was just said, it reminds us that if persons aren't taking their role seriously or understanding the times and getting involved and collaborating, then government really does have a right in the protection of its citizens to take strong action, and we can't expect anything else. At this time, do we have any more questions? Okay, yes. You're a brave man to ask a question before lunch.
I'm just asking this. I'm not a techie. I'm more a member of the public. but I was asking a question of the person from the Internet Society. And incidentally, I came just before he finished speaking, and I recognized him on approaching the room. And in the coffee break, he said, I met you before and all of that. But the reason I'm asking this question is because of the comment by the last person. I asked the person from the Internet Society, and he gave me a brief answer, but I would like a larger forum to ask this question. How widespread can there be something like call it internet blackout, and how widespread can that be? I'm thinking about worst case scenario. After you left, I found the word hack out in my mind, and so on. Can there be an extensive hack out? Yeah. How extensive can that be?
Thank you.
Yeah, that came in my mind, that word hack out.
Matches flesh wear, so
Yeah, I guess we're in the forum of coining phrases and everything, so hack out is a new one. I'll add that to my vocabulary. Thanks for that question, and it's a very interesting question. They are within the internet. The internet is basically made up of domain name systems, and you have organizations that host databases of systems and devices that are so connected. So attacks against those organizations that has those databases can possibly cause an issue. And if we go back to a few weeks ago, Damien mentioned the attack against a domain name system provider, caused Twitter and several other
Google,
large services to be blocked out. Now, the question of blockout of the internet is a matter of service or a matter of availability. Now, when we talk about availability, the internet for some persons is Facebook. That was mentioned yesterday. So if the service that you want at the time that you want it is not available, then you can see it as a hack out. Right? So it's a matter of availability. But the short answer to your question is
the very short answer is stay tuned to the next session. Because the next session is dealing with this issue.
Great. That is the short answer. Because I really was trying to come with one.
Yes. So just to remind everybody that the next session is dealing with ransomware, malware, DNS, hacking, and other cybersecurity threats. So this is definitely a cliffhanger, and you stay tuned for the next section. I just want to make a couple quick announcements. One is if you want to pick up this session, I'm told you go to live.mona.uwi.edu. You click on the link to the appropriate session. I understand. I want to take this opportunity to thank Joaquim and to thank Andrew and to thank Damien for their very stimulating presentation. We should also thank Cecil, since Cecil played a part in it. And I really want to thank you all for your patience. And I hope everybody really does stay tuned and stay engaged, because this is very important. Prof, you have any wrap-up words? Thanks. Oh, I should say one more thing. Let's give them all a big hand.
And also one for the chair of the session. Thank you. So we are going to break for lunch. Lunch will be served in this building, downstairs, towards the back of the stairs at the RHQ lunchroom. No charge. The preferred seating is in the perimeter to the lunchroom on the external patio, but you can sit anywhere. We expect that there'll be a little bit of a line, but usually it moves quite quickly. So we're asking you to come back at 2:15 so that we can get the other sessions. Really cracking sessions left for the rest of the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Welcome to session 4, ransomware, malware, DNS hacking, and other cybersecurity threats. Usually very interesting to have a presentation following lunch. I hope your lunch was good. We look forward to an exciting presentation. Today we have a panel of 4 gentlemen who are very experienced in their respective field, and we have a mixture from private sector, government, and law enforcement. So we look forward to having a very fruitful and exciting discussion on the topic. Our presenters today are Mr. Adekunle Ajiboye, I hope I pronounced your name correctly, sir, Mr. Trevor Forrest, Mr. Dwayne Brown, and Inspector Warren Williams. So let's jump right in and bring Mr. Ajiboye to the stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Professor Dunn, for this opportunity. I'm beginning to feel more at home in the Caribbean. I must have some roots here, probably, that I didn't know of. So I stand on existing protocol, and I do want to commend all the other experts who have spoken previously, yesterday and today. It keeps getting quite interesting and informative. So today we will, the slides? Okay. Are we on? You want to check and see? Okay. Okay. Can you check this?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
The presentations have not come back from lunch yet.
That must be a heavy lunch, I suspect. technology is playing a kick one. Okay.
There we go.
Yes, we do have it. Thank you. So this is really apt at this time because that's exactly what just happened. You're having it slide on. Can we? It's on auto. Can we take it up auto? So we'll go all the way back to slide 2, I believe. Yeah, we can leave it right here. So who's asking this question? Is it me or the systems and all that? So we'll jump right to the part of what we're going to be looking at today. You know, I come wearing the academic art, the entrepreneurial art, the technology art. So we'll be looking at all this from a lot of different perspectives. So the first thing we want to look at is, it's out of the, okay. Yes, so we'll first of all look at what do we mean by cybersecurity. I know everyone has been mentioning it from different angles. What do we really mean when we say cybersecurity? We'll take a look at that. We look at online banking. You know, when we say mobile banking, mobile money, there's a distinction between those two. Then we look at citizen awareness. Most of you are familiar with the Stop, Think, Connect movement. We'll take some time and look at that. And then we'll look at some of the challenges and some solutions that we may know that are out there. So we think of 4 traditional domains. When we think of domains, we think of land, we think of sea, we think of air, and we think of space, right? That's what we grew up knowing. And now there's this 5th domain, cyber. Cyber world, cybersphere, cyber what? It's a prefix. The cyber prefix is what you call it. That's the 5th domain. And that's where everything is being waged presently and in the near future, right? Very crucial that we think of it that way. That's why you can have a conference and say it's on cybersecurity, because you've recognized that the cybersphere is another domain that we play in, right? So what do we mean when we say cyberspace? What do we mean when we say computer security, right? I won't bore you with reading the fine details, but cyberspace is just an independent network of critical, in most cases, and non-critical national. So you see, the national is involved when we're talking of the cybersphere because now it's a national thing. Because all the previous domains, land, sea, air, space, they all have to do with nations. They were territorial markers. You know, so cyberspace is also like that. And that's why nations should take an interest in their cybersecurity. We'll move on now into online banking. So we're familiar with our traditional banking models, approaches. So 20 years ago, if I wanted to know what my bank statement was, I had to walk into NCB or J, which of the banks, to physically look at the ledger, or they write it on a little savings booklet and tell you what your bank statement is. You know, you would use checks to make transactions. Those were the normal banking traditional models. And now everything is gone electronic. You have apps. You're able to check your accounts. Some folks check it every morning and every evening, to see if something has happened by mistake, after you've clicked on the wrong email or thereabout, Then we now started extending to mobile. So everything you could do traditionally, you now do in a mobile manner. It's nothing new. We're just enabling using that channel. So you check your statements on your phone or on your computer online. It's mobile. You send funds electronically. That's mobile. That's mobile banking. Simply extending the channels that currently exist. Then when you now say mobile money, that's a little bit different because that resides on mobile, the phone, the device. Now you're talking of a stored value that is being exchanged, right? That's mobile money, otherwise called, some say mobile wallet, mobile money transfer. It's tied to your mobile phone. In most cases, maybe your phone number. That's mobile money. And we took it a step ahead yesterday. We were talking about some other forms of digital currencies. We spoke about bitcoins and all of that. So that's where those fall in. So those distinctions need to be made. That there's a difference between mobile banking and mobile money. So a lot has been said today about why is it that banks or the financial institutions are the main target of all those phishing attacks and thereabout. And like they said earlier on, it's simply because that's where the money is, right? That's where the money is. So just as there are actors like, ethical hackers or developers or programmers who work night and day to ensure that systems are, well up and running and cannot be compromised, we have folks like this, that all their intent and plan and purpose is to do something criminal, something that you would not like. That's all they're looking at. We're told that it's organized crime nowadays, and it's serious, in what they intend to get. So, stop, think, connect. It's quite obvious what we're talking about when we say you should stop, you should think before you connect. We're talking about your passwords. Make them unique. It shouldn't be your birth date. It shouldn't be the name of your first son. These are quite things that are so obvious that we keep ignoring, as citizens when we're in the cybersphere. We most likely all have received phishing emails. The minister mentioned receiving one a few weeks ago. I get them regularly. I guess they don't realize I'm of Nigerian descent and they still keep sending it. Go figure, someone wants to run with the same boat in Jamaica, But the financial sector is the prime target simply because that's where the money is. That's where the money is. So, in line with the theme of this conference, I want to spend a few minutes on citizen awareness. And the first thing I want to say is, when you see the phishing email, do you consider the source? Do you consider the source? That's the first thing you should look at. Are you sharing too much? It's asking you for username or password for you to update or thereabout. Are you sharing too much? It should have your antenna up. Are you using one password for all your accounts? It's convenient, but when you think that you're mostly on 40 platforms at the minimum, and one account all through, when one platform is compromised, then you're compromised all across. And is your smartphone smart enough to protect you? So in Jamaica, we're told in the last 3 years, there has been multiple attacks. I believe that Mark Costers, the chief technology officer, I'm not sure if you saw for the American Registry of the Internet numbers, they made comments about this. And the Caribbean, like was rightfully said, is becoming a training ground for all this that's going on. Particularly in Jamaica, we have Inspector Jacqueline Dodd, who was talking about all the issues that the financial sector has gone through. The damage is in six-figure millions of dollars, although the institutions are not coming forward to share this. So it's a big issue. So this is apt at this time in Jamaica and in the Caribbean that we're looking at this issue. And part of the issue is that, like we said earlier on today, the human element, the weakest link. You know, incidents came across that it was the gas attendants in the gas stations who were the weakest link. You know, they're the ones that allow you to put the skimming machine on the fuel pump. You know, they're the ones that swipe your card when you pay inside. And if they're not well adequately compensated, then they tend to be the ones that pass that information on to organized crime. So that's the weakest link. So how do we look at that and make sure that that doesn't affect what we're doing? So having looked at most of the challenges, it's been mentioned, you know, yesterday and today, let's look at some of the solutions and some ways we can mitigate these challenges. And the first one is education. Just like what we're doing today at the Mona ICT Centre. This conference, some of the classes that people take, you know, the awareness. So we commend this effort, this conference, it's in the 4th year. Education. People come here, they listen. You know, like the lawyer said earlier on, she's more scared now. She's got to dip her hand in ice water before she puts on, you know, presses the ATM machine. Well, this is education. You know, whichever way we're going to get it across to you, that's the first step. Then the government has to come in. So in Jamaica, we're aware that there's a 2010 Cybercrime Act. There's a Communication Forensic and Cybercrime Unit. There's a 2015 Cybercrime Act, which was recently passed. So it looks as if there's so much laws and bills hanging around Jamaica, but how many convictions have we had? You know, so and that speaks to the issue that was identified earlier on, that, for example, the unit that had only 28 in that unit, where they should have numbers of 90, you know, we're not able to compensate adequately. And, you know, we've looked at the fact that there should be a very robust cybercrime, cybersecurity, cybersphere ecosystem in Jamaica and in the Caribbean. In Nigeria, where I do quite a lot of work, we have the open data guidelines. We also have the cybersecurity strategy. In Canada, we also have that. In Canada, in the US, and all that. So almost everyone has these laws or these bills or these acts. But why is conviction so evasive, so difficult, so resource draining? You know, when we have folks that could be in Russia masking to be in Kenya, you know. So that's the next step. Education, then the government has to be involved. Then for private sector, for public sector, for whichever sector, I look at what I call the 4 layers of security. First layer is your hardware or your device. It's a connected piece of equipment. It could be your phone, it could be the sensor on your refrigerator. You have to secure that. The second thing I want to look at is the level 2, which is your connectivity, your series of networks and devices. And then layer 3, we look at your data and applications. You know, encrypting your data in transit and thereabout and all that. Number 4, you want to do your threat analysis on a continuous basis. If you have all this in place, then you're protecting your devices, you're protecting your network connections, you're securing your applications and data, and you are able to prevent threats via active security monitoring. Now, still talking about solutions, we're hearing now about 2-form authentication, 3-form authentication. Basically, you put in a PIN number or you get a temporary password to confirm yourself on a portal or doing a transaction. 3-form authentication is adding biometrics to that second layer. We're beginning to see a push and a drive towards bring your own device. You know, so where your device is the second form of authentication. So something you know, something you have. And in line with that, we came up with a solution at my company, at Gimatics, which is a 2-form authentication for financial transactions. And we'll demo that to you now, but I want to give you a background to this solution. In Nigeria, when you do financial transactions, so a debit, a credit, a transfer, even a login, the law says you need to get a text alert whenever such transaction occurs. Now, when you log into your account and it wasn't you, you get a text and an email saying if you were not the person, call a certain number or email, but that's after the fact that the crime has taken place. In most cases, they do this on a Friday night. So you keep calling the customer service number over the weekend and you're not going to get through. So you've been cleaned out. So we came up with this app, and we'll show that to you now. Okay. Great. So this is the demo website, but we'll want to see the screen. Am I off or am I on? Okay. All right. Okay. So this is my, we're in the app iTunes store. This is my phone. If you look at this, you'll see Verify Me twice somewhere there. That's the app residing on your device. The demo site is just for demo purposes, but what happens is that in real time, your financial transactions are monitored. So please go ahead and put in the dummy email. And can anyone in here just give me a figure, an amount that we could confirm? So we're saying that if you issue the financial instrument, it could be a check, or it could be a credit or debit card transaction, you will be able to monitor and control that transaction in real time. So Professor Dunn, any amount, just give us a good amount. 100, not much, good. Okay, so we'll do $100, we'll click submit, and instantly my phone rings, and it's asking me, do I want to confirm or deny that transaction in real time? If I say confirm, then the server gets the response success. So this is manual, but this will be done automatically. So go figure, my phone was on silent. I could confirm a transaction in the middle of a meeting. We've had many instances where you send someone to the bank, and the law in Nigeria says that if the value is over $1,000, you have to call. Professor Dunn is in the middle of a conference now. Can he take a call to confirm that transaction? Whereas the recipient is stuck in the bank. It could be a life and death case. So this is Verify Me in real time. Let's try another amount and I'll show you what else you can do. So let's go in again, def@df.com. Any other amount? Someone else? A lady? I knew that she would go. I knew it. Yes, I knew it. Okay, did you get the amount, sir? Yes, you know. And in this case, I'm going to deny. Now it's asking me, do I want to report this as a fraud transaction? And I push this right to the bank's data center. Now, this is irrepeatable. I have a copy on my device. I have a copy in the Verify Me server, and there's a copy of all of this also in the bank's transaction history. So that's Verify Me. The second solution I want to talk about, if we get back to the slides, is called the Teen SIM. It's a SIM overlay that goes on your regular SIM card in your phone. It doesn't matter if your phone is a feature phone or a smartphone. It doesn't matter if it's a banger or an iPhone. And what it does is that we're extending a channel for you to do everything you would normally do in the bank, but you're able to do it in a secure manner over the phone. So in Nigeria, there's a proliferation of USSD for banking transactions. Now, what happens with USSD is that you call in. My name is Upton Don. Yes, it's you. It goes back again. Upton, what do you want to do today? Oh, I want to transfer money. Oh, Upton, what's your balance? You see, the interaction is going back and forth. There are costs to the transaction going. In the case of Teen SOME, which I'm not able to show now, but I have a chip to show you if you want to. It's an SDK. It loads a menu on your phone. The icon is there, whatever you want to call it, NCB or thereabout. You call the app. You do your interaction first on the phone. Then you send an encrypted message to the bank. in one full strip. So long as the phone has a SIM, and there's GSM network, you're good to go. So we want to believe that when we're talking of financial inclusion in Jamaica, in the Caribbean, these are some of the applications that we would recommend that we take a closer look at. With the Teen SIM, you're able to do a lot of financial inclusion. With the Verify Me app, you're able to verify transactions in real time. So these are some of the solutions I wanted to share from Agimatics, apart from also what you could be doing in terms of education and in terms of what the government could be doing. Thank you so much for your time, and enjoy your deliberations.
Thank you, Mr. Archiboi. Interesting presentation there. Fifth dimension. I kind of like that one. Our next presenter is Mr. Trevor Forrest. He's the CEO and founder of 876 Solution, and he's also an advisor in the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology. Mr. Forrest.
Right. So good afternoon, everybody. So I was thinking that I would have been the one susceptible to ethnic fatigue, which turns out to be true. But I'm very happy to see the turnout here. My topic today, before I get into it, I found it necessary to recite a phrase or something that, where is Nooks? Well, it comes from something I saw in Andrew's presentation, and it's apparent that many people in the cybersecurity space tend to have one thing in common. We all read The Art of War, and because that's really what we're engaged in. And there is a particular one that is a favorite of mine. And so before I go into the presentation, let me read it to you. All warfare is deceptive. So when you're able to attack, you must make it seem like you're inactive. When you're close, you must make it appear as though you're far. When you're far, you must make it appear as though you're close. And these are all from Sun Tzu, and these are some of the teachings. And one of the things that, this year I opted to do, because Hopeton didn't really entertain us doing shock and awe demos this year, such as what we did last year. So believe me, I'm not doing any life hacks this year. So for those of you who were here last year, so I'm not doing any life hacks this year. But indulge me for a second. Everybody in here who has a smartphone with internet connectivity, can you indulge me for a second? Or if you have a laptop, can you go to, just take it out and go, and again, I don't have no device like Andrew that monitoring anything right about. But just bear with me. Take out your device, open your browser, and go to www.cnn.com. Let's go to that URL. And when you get there, tell me what you see. Does anybody? Oh no, you need internet connectivity. Oh, them don't allow you to go CNN here? Did anybody get to go to CNN? You got what's the headline? Okay. Great. All right. So here's my question, and I really feel a little confined because I like to walk around when I'm doing these things. But here's my question to you. How do you know that site is CNN.com? Anyone? Or you just believe that it is because you typed it in, right? But how do you know that the site that you're seeing is actually CNN.com? All right, so as I go through this presentation, right, let that question sink in. Go to a whole bunch of different sites that you, as Mr. Record says, trust. And while you're going to them, ask yourself, how do I know that the site that I typed in that URL block there, is actually the site I meant to go to? And I say that because, and can we move to the, because I'm going to talk about this obscure thing called DNS. And I know we have a lot of technical people in here, a lot of practitioners, so I'm going to kind of move through some of this quickly. But DNS, domain name system, I take it everybody generally knows what that is. It's a decentralized naming system for everything that is connected on the internet. That's from Wikipedia. It delegates responsibility of assigning domain names and mapping those names to resources. Again, that's from Wikipedia. I like using the Wikipedia stuff, you know, it sounds good. For me, it's the internet's phone book. It takes names and translates the numbers assigned, the IP addresses that are assigned to the devices, and makes it readable. So it is the phone book for the internet. Why is this important? Well, people don't typically remember numbers very well. I mean, and with technology it's worse, because I probably can't remember more than 5 phone numbers right about now. I know who the numbers belong to, but I might not remember the number, but that's why I have a smartphone, so I can type in the name and the number, right? Great. So that's what DNS is, and DNS is this, you know, very interesting hierarchy of different things, and this is a pretty picture of what it is. It consists of root servers, top-level domains, authoritative domain servers, and so on. That's one pretty picture right there. The next slide. Oh, can I use this? Next slide kind of gives you more of the view that you're used to. So anything that have .com, .gov, .edu, .net, all of those things, that is what DNS is responsible for, right? So that system that ensures that you don't have to type, you know, 155.31.200.6 when you want to go to a specific DNS. That's what that does, right? Great. Which is why, again, I say, you type CNN.com and a thing happen, site come up, and you just believe, you trust that what comes to you is actually CNN.com. All right, great. Now, back, okay, I'm not going to do it myself. Back in the 90s when I was learning about DNS and bind and all of that stuff, one of the most interesting things that I learned was that DNS had root servers, and these are the servers that had all of the cool information that was responsible for all that information that dictated what we saw and how we got to places. One interesting thing is that I learned that there were 13, and I'm going to say this specifically in this way because this is how it was told to me. There are 13 root servers, right? 13 root servers. Now, I found this comical at the time because I said, whose idea was it to make it 13? Right, that's the first thing. But I said, there are 13. Actually 13. So what happens if any one of those 13 not available? All right, so it wasn't told to me properly. What it really is, and I know a lot of practitioners, you know, gloss over this from time to time, but what it really is there are 13 authorities that really manage those root servers. They're not really 13 physical servers. It's more like 200, but all of them share the same IP address for that main root server of which they're providing the service. those are the 13 authorities. VeriSign, Cogent, NASA Ames, ISC, ICANN, a number of different entities, and these are all fairly trusted entities in the space. So the root servers exist. On top of those, you have top-level domain servers, domain-level name servers, zone files, and DNS records. These are all the components that make up DNS. So all of these things work in concert to come back and give you what you saw when you typed in www.cnn.com. But again, how you know that what you get back is really what it is meant to be? All right, so pretty much what I'm showing here is how it works. You make a request, depending on where you are, if you're at home or you're in the office or something, your browser makes a request to that, be to your router or to your ISP's recursive DNS server, which it could be an actual physical box, it could be some cache. That question gets sent to the root servers. Root servers say, okay, look at the top level domain name servers. Do you know who that is? Yeah, go and ask these authoritative domain name servers. Retrieve the record, come back, show you that thing in the browser. Kind of looks like this in graphics, right? Generally. So it looks like when you do it at home. All of that happens in milliseconds, right? Depending on your internet speeds, flow, cable and wireless, Digicel. Really depends, right? But that in general is how it works, right? Now, this process has some challenges because understand, you trust this process. Everybody trusts this process, right? We do it every day and we don't even think about what happens. Some of the challenges with DNS as it exists right now, there's a lot of vulnerabilities, a whole heap. And we tend to overlook these vulnerabilities in a very serious way because all of the transactions that happen between those root servers and authoritative servers and all that, there is nothing that validates those requests. Absolutely nothing. All right? So there's no secure validation of those requests, and it's very easy to manipulate them. Now, what does that mean? So when you make a request, depending on where the request goes, if I'm I like to use the word enterprising hacker, I can do some very interesting things in between your request and the response you get. One of those things is something called spoofing. Now, we've had a lot of talk today about different threat vectors and so on, and one of them is phishing, and people say, yeah, you get phishing emails and so on and so forth, and the trained eye, which is many of you in here, can sit down and dissect an email that is a phishing email based on your knowledge of how things should look. Here's a problem with DNS spoofing and things like cache poisoning. The same people who could sit down and pick apart a phishing email, some of them sit down right in us and type that URL and cannot answer that question. How you know that the page you're looking at is actually the page that it is supposed to be? Because this thing is way more deceptive than a phishing email because you trust it. And you trust it already. So it's not like a suspicious email come. No, this is stuff you do all the time. You're trusting the response that you're getting. That is how deceptive this is. And we do this every day. All right? So what we're talking about is the core of DNS being subverted. And DNS is responsible for everything you do when you go online. Now think for a second what that means. This is of course a huge security problem. But it can also, when you start to think about this now, your trust level starts to change. That's very important for people who do a lot of transactions, do a lot of business online. Trust is very important. Yet, right now, we do something every day and we trust that thing, but we have no way of verifying that what we're doing is true. The potential that has is for enterprising hackers to cripple internet services, quite literally cripple them. How? So what I'm showing you here is pretty much how this sort of thing works. Now, like I said, I'm not doing a demo this time because to set this up would require a little work on my part, and I really don't have that kind of time these days, thanks to government of Jamaica, but that's okay. But pretty much what happens is, enterprising hacker sets up one of those authoritative DNS servers, fake, makes it look just like a valid one. And when you make the request, that server, through very interesting methods, it can do flooding and so on, responds to your request and says, yeah, I am that authoritative DNS server that you are requiring this information from, and here is the information that you're asking for. Now remember, DNS takes a name, translates it to a number, and based on that number it shows you what you're looking for. So think about a guy who decides that he's going to go to, and sorry NCB, but seeing as though you're the sponsor, you're going to be the target. You okay with that? No? So Miss Day around there shaking already now. But I'm going to use it anyway, because you guys are supposed to sort these things out. Some enterprising guy takes NCB site and replicates it completely, brings up a server that has its particular IP address look just like NCB site. You say I want jncb.com. Malicious DNS server sends a request, says, yes, I know where that is, here it is, sends you to that site. Think about that for a second. So now you're going to do like an online transaction and for some reason it don't work. So you put in all of this information and you get back this response. Yeah, it's not really working right now. Check back later. Think about that for a second. Right? You gave it your name, the 2 passwords that them ask you for, 1 bag of information. And because it never looked right the first time, you do it again. Right? And you just start dropping all of this information. And you say, sure, something wrong with NCB server, and I'm not do this. I'll check it back later. Right? DNS spoofing. Right? Similarly, you know, and this is the university example, so same thing. Fake box, Flooder, ISP, resolving host, and impersonates. This is what happens. So how do we fix that? How do we stop that kind of thing from happening? Because like I said, this is happening right now. Right? Right now. The domain name system does not make it compulsory to validate the requests. So, that is what I'm here to speak about today. This thing called DNSSEC. And it is a topic that is not talked about a lot. And DNSSEC stands for DNS Security Extensions. And it was a technology that was developed to validate and digitally sign all the requests that you make between whichever device you're using on the internet and communicating with other devices. Now again, understand, from when DNS was created, this never existed. think about what is happening from now with the Internet of Things, where we're anticipating in excess of 30 billion devices. Because understand, you are not going to remember the IP address of your refrigerator. Alright? DNS is very important. You are not going to remember the IP address of your smart microwave so that you can tell it, start heating up that plate of food by the time I get home. You're not remembering the IP address, you're remembering a name. DNS becomes more and more important. Secure DNS becomes integrally important. Yeah? So it's a validation process. That's really all it is. What it is not though, because some people say, no, but I'm going to go up online, man, all I need to see a little green padlock and HTTPS and everything good. Guess what? Can fake that too. Because how many of you actually click on that padlock to verify the information that is there? Now I just see it and say, yeah man, it's safe. Yeah, can fake that too. So one thing DNSSEC is not SSL. So the fact that an entity or a site owner implements SSL on their website does not solve this problem. The next thing it is not encryption for DNS, because the communications are not encrypted. Okay? This is a validation process. Right? So, and it turns out that the way this validation process is implemented is good enough to maintain the level of security that is required. Simply because what is happening is that they're implementing what they call a chain of trust between every single component between your request and the response. Right? So what they do is they sign the root servers and make the root servers what they call a trust anchor, and everything between the root servers and you, and I'm trying to use some serious layman terms here because it's a little bit more complex than this. Everything between you and the root servers or whoever responds to those requests are validated. Okay? All of those requests are signed and validated. So you'd figure, great, let's do it, problem solved. Again, and I have some slides here about how it works. I'm really not going to bore you with the real technicalities. So he said, look, great, let's do it. Well, it turns out that it's not as easy as that. Why? Because think about the fact that, okay, we have 13 root servers, and then we have a whole bunch of top-level domain service providers, and we have a whole host of downstream. We're talking hundreds of thousands of providers of these services. Every single one of them has to implement this. And it's not free. As in, there is a cost, there is effort for them to do that. So, implementing DNSSEC in today's day and age, I would want to think that, look, let's just go ahead and do it. It takes time. The good news is that the top level root servers and TLDs have all implemented DNSSEC, which is the most critical component in this whole chain of events. Now what needs to happen is everything else downstream has to start doing it, right? So why is it important? Although it's not the end-all solution to total security because it's just one component. So you have SSL, you have DNSSEC, you have you. It is a very critical component because it represents an action that we do every day that we cannot verify to be true. Right? it promotes trust. And you know how we stay in Jamaica, the minute I can't trust it, I'm not using it. I'm not use it, and I'm looking for an excuse why I shouldn't use it. So when we talk about inclusiveness, removing the barriers, engaging citizenry to use services more, use the technology, we have to be mindful of these things, because one of the greatest challenges we have is that culture of trust, because we are very inventive people. So the minute we figure out a way around it to cause somebody not to trust it, it doesn't get used. That has some ramifications. It creates a more secure internet, and that is just, par for the course when you implement stuff like this. There are some challenges. Zone files at top-level domains are going to be a little bit bigger. Servers downstream have to do a little bit more processing with the requests and so on. But the idea is to make things more secure. So, telling you all of that, and telling you that, it is not in effect right now. What do we do? So, first thing is, top-level domains, TLDs, need to be signed. Top-level domains, the .com, .edu, .net, and all, those have been signed. But here's the problem. You see the .gem.cc TLD, that don't sign. So our country, top-level domain, has not been signed. Because if you go back a couple of slides, you remember I have the top-level domains, and within that we have the country-level domains and so on. While the .coms and the .nets and the .orgs have been signed, the .gm and a whole heap more have not been signed. So that is the first order of business for us. This is something that government of Jamaica will move to address in the short term. If you want to find out which domains have been signed, that's the URL there, and this presentation will be made available. So that's the top level domain stuff. But a chain is as strong as its weakest link, yeah? So your domain registrar, which is that company you got to say, hey, I want a domain name, pay you $10 a year, and you get your whatever .com or .org or whatever. That person, that entity, must also support DNSSEC. Interestingly enough, not all registrars do. I'm in no way promoting GoDaddy or Dana or any of those. I just, since people know these, one, everybody know GoDaddy. Two, everybody know them because they get targeted a couple weeks ago. Yeah, a couple weeks ago, and then got bought by Oracle. But there are a list of domain registrars who support DNSSEC. So, if you're thinking now about how you can get on board as it relates to securing your DNS, this is one way, again, that you must look to doing it. Not only does the registrar have to support it, but the hosting provider. They're not the same thing. Some of them are one and the same, but some are not. So I thought that it was necessary to make that distinction. So DNS hosting provider, registrar, and of course the TLDs must all support it, because everything in the chain must facilitate the signing of the request. With that said, I urge you to seriously digest and consider, and I hope some of you are doing some browsing and thinking about the fact that everything you typed and what you got back, you can now or should now question as to whether or not what I just asked in my browser is actually what I got back. That's my time. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Trevor. That was a good presentation. 13 though. 13 is a notoriously unlucky number. Is that some of the reasons why we're having so much challenges with DNS? But a question for you later on. Our next presenter is Mr. Dwayne Brown. He's a Senior Manager of Cybersecurity at Jamaica National, and he'll come and talk to us now.
To adjust this thing. All right. To the chair, fellow panelists, presenters, and IT professionals, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Okay, I won't be long, so I'll just go through this quickly, right? All right, so since the introduction of the first personal computer in 1975, right, we've actually noticed that there has been significant increases, improvement in commerce and communication. But unfortunately, cybersecurity has been lagging behind initially. Now it's actually coming to its rightful place up front. And it's coming up front because organizations are now realizing that, hey, if you don't take this thing seriously, you're gonna lose a lot of money and you're gonna lose out on your customer base as well. The global security market, let me just change this one. The global security market for cybersecurity was worth $3.5 billion in 2014, and in 2017 it's now predicted to be at $120 billion, right? So if you haven't been a part of the cybersecurity revolution, now is a good time to come in, right? Money is in it. All right, looking at the slide, if 5 billion new people are coming online, 5 billion new security problems will also come online. So there is no end in sight for cybersecurity issues. We have issues now, and we'll have issues later. All right. Companies strive to utilize advances in technology to reduce overheads, right, and provide customers with more convenient services. So this also presents a risk because customers, this generation and the newer ones, they all want to be able to access services and everything from the comfort or convenience of their home, from their tablet, whatever, right? So we end up exposing more services that would traditionally be held in-house. Also, an important point to note is that a number of countries are restricted in the nuclear weapons that it can produce or generate, correct? All right, but at the same time, all countries are now capable of creating their own cyber ops team. Hence, cyber warfare, right? All right, I'm showing you this slide here which shows a sampling of security incidents by attack time and impact from 2013 to 2015. Note that each dot represents a security breach. And as you can see, for each year, the number of dots are increasing in intensity. We have a lot more breaches. 2016 will also take a similar pattern where we're gonna have a lot more breaches being shown. Now, what I want to bring to your attention from the attack types is purple, right? That one relates to misconfigurations. Note that for each year, the misconfigurations are increasing. And misconfigurations are attributable to typically administrators not locking down the servers properly or even patching it and doing their due diligence. Every year, this increases. Also, another area that increases is actually malware. So we're actually seeing a growth in malware throughout the years. Right? Ransomware is also a part of the malware trend. But also what is troubling is that, to note, is that we're seeing an increase in undisclosed security breaches. Every year that increases. So this is where people are unaware, they're not sure how they were hacked in the first place. All right, I'm gonna give you a brief history on the hackers. So this area is called Rise of the Hackers. So between early 1970s and 1980s, the term hacker referred to inquisitive teenage kids who mastered computing concepts. So we put certain people in that group, right? We talk about Steve Jobs, Bill Gates. Those guys are the epitome of hackers in that time period. So these are really skinny white teenage kids who didn't have a social life. That's all they did. They just played with the computer all day. Late 1980s to early 1990s, federal authorities started taking hackers more seriously. US and UK both passed their computer misuse acts around that time. They started stealing money and information for their own use. Right? Organized hacking groups are also formed around this time. And if you read a lot of the material generated around this time, you realize that is really some young teenage kids. They're always joking and running pranks and doing all kind of stuff. Late 1990s to 2016, we have rapid growth of hackers and hacker groups. Website defacement increases. Hacktivism, which is hacking for political cause, increases. Exploitation of computers increases. We also see around that time, that hardened criminals see IT as a way to make money, and they form hacker groups. So what the Russian mafia will do, especially around that time, is they would identify budding young talent from early in hackers. They would send them to school, Ivy League school, then recruit them back in the mafia to make money for them. Right? That's what they were doing around that time. 2006 to current times, APT, that term is actually made popular by the US Air Force. Right? So APT actually refers to advanced persistent threats. And these are an elite, you put them at a very high level. These are hackers or hacker groups that are oftentimes state-sponsored. What I mean by state-sponsored, I mean a country sponsor them. Right? So all their goal in life is to just steal sensitive information. Right? So it's either state, mainly state, or a very connected, a very wealthy individual, and that's all they're supposed to be doing. Right? Crimeware as a service. So this is actually another area that's applicable nowadays. So you don't need to be able to code stuff anymore. All you need to do is just go to the right place and link up with hackers. They will actually charge you a fee, and you can get their infrastructure and stuff to use to launch your phishing, your hacking campaigns. Ransomware is also a phenomenon of this time. The Cybercrimes Act was also passed in 2010, and I believe there is a revised edition in 2015. All right, so Bitcoins, moving on to Bitcoins. Bitcoins is actually a crypto algorithm that you can actually generate or compute on your machine, or you can actually go to exchanges and purchase it. Right? This is actually the favorite currency of hackers, right? And internet persons, tech-savvy people. So Bitcoin is an online currency not backed by a bank or a country, right? So that's important to note. Before assembling this presentation, I did a check online, and I noticed that one Bitcoin is now worth $94,614.88, or $732 US. Now I have a question for you guys, and you can tell me if I'm wrong or not. But several years ago, a couple of years ago, a friend of mine approached me, and he was telling me about this Bitcoin thing. And he actually said, Dwayne, I have a room, I have lots of computers, I'm combining all of those resources, I'm generating Bitcoins, and I'm making a lot of money. You can join me. I'm going to put more AC in the room, I'm going to put more computers, join me. And I said, listen, man, go on with that, yeah, man. Do you think I made a mistake? It looks so. I probably should have listened to it. All right, so why is this medium so popular for hackers? First of all, it's easily accessible. So if you force somebody by ransomware or whatever, to pay them using Bitcoins, they can always go to one of those online exchanges. They can use their credit cards, or they can use their bank transfer, and they can get these Bitcoins, right? Easily accessible. Anonymity. So again, it's not backed by any bank or any country, and the person who generated the Bitcoin, there is no identity associated to that particular coin. So again, it's very hard to trace. Transactions are irreversible. That's the most important part if you're a criminal. Once the transaction go through, it can't reverse again, right? That is important. All right, so ransomware is actually utilizing the Bitcoins. That's the currency that they want you to pay them in. So I'm actually showing you two examples of how ransomware is actually performed, but I think it's about 3 now, all right? So what happened is the one on the left, that's actually showing how they would typically do it, which is in the form of an email. You get these spammy type emails, you open the attachments, it actually executes on your machine, encrypts all your files, and then you are forced now to pay this ransom in Bitcoins. The other way is when you actually visit a website that has been compromised. So they will actually target a website that is very popular, and they will ensure that they hack the site, they put a particular script on it. Once you navigate to that page, it redirects you to another server that then downloads and installs the ransomware on your machine. That's the second way, right? The third way is through this thing they call malvertising, right? Malicious advertisements, right? So what happens with that is that a lot of the ad agencies, they didn't vet the ads that people were submitting to them. So you go to a website and all of these ads are flashing. They have their malicious ads that are coming up, and it's again, there's a script there, it's redirecting you to their site. Once it goes there, then it tries to download stuff on your machine again. So those are the 3 main ways that it's actually done now, but that doesn't mean that they aren't experimenting and trying to find new ways to do it, right? One interesting one that I came across is actually the Samsam ransomware. What the Samsam ransomware does is it will actually scour the internet and look for vulnerable servers. So it looks for a particular software, particular version, then it tries to exploit the vulnerability on that server, install itself, and encrypt the machine, gives you a ransom, you have to pay it, or else all your files remain encrypted. So this one is different from all the others because all the others required some form of user intervention. This one, nothing at all. So the FBI is reporting that the total cost of ransomware could reach $1 billion by the end of 2016. Now, I'm not encouraging anybody to take up the cybercrime lifestyle, right? I know that ransomware is paying a lot right now, but that's not a good path for you. All right, so why they predicted 1 billion is because since the start of 2016, they have actually analyzed all the losses between January and March, and they've come up with a figure of $209 million. All right. Outside of that, we in the financial industry, we've actually come together and we've organized this program called Protect Yourself Online, where we put out awareness tips and sensitization information out there so we can help to protect our customers. Top security trends for 2016, and I think these are generally areas that people in the cybersecurity field would have encountered, right? There's actually 5, but I've narrowed it down to about 3. The first one, security meets the digital age, right? And the digital age, again, means information age, meaning that all the information is available at your fingertips. You can easily access everything. Now, as financial sector, as the organizations strive to meet that demand, we find that we implement a lot of complexity in the meantime. So basically, processes and systems that were once internal, have to expose them to the internet in some aspects, right? Whether it be account opening or all kind of things, right? You want the customers to have a very good experience, so you end up exposing systems that would typically be internal, right? Also, under digital complexity, we also have the issue where a lot of different devices are coming onto our network, whether it be tablets, phones, and all of these things. There's no longer an enclosed perimeter anymore. So in 2015, 36% of respondents surveyed said the complexity of IT processes was a barrier to a high level of cyber resiliency. And this increased significantly to 46% of respondents in 2016. Another area that is troublesome for a lot of cybersecurity professionals in this day and age is the area of third parties. So as the complexities increase, it is likely that you are unable to meet the demands, you are unable to do all of this programming, you are unable to do everything, so you need to get contractors to come in. And we all know that you can't just have people come in on your network like that. You need to actually vet them properly before you allow them on. So that is also another area, another risk. The cloud shatters the perimeter. I don't think I need to explain this one too much, right? Again, our systems are no longer confined to a box, right? We have the cloud as well, where information is actually stored in there on the enterprise. So even cybersecurity people are doing that as well. Many organizations are moving their security controls from the traditional perimeter to cloud-based providers as part of the strategy to reduce their physical footprints and costs associated with traditional infrastructure. Businesses adopt a seize mentality. So again, security professionals are now taking a closer look at the security of their devices such as PC, Mac, smartphones, and tablets. And as one of my presenters just said a while ago, when the Internet of Things come on stream and you have an IP address for pretty much everything, I can imagine how challenging that's going to be in the enterprise. All right, cyber resilience. So the capacity of an enterprise to maintain its core purpose and integrity in the face of cyber attacks. All right, so in order to survive in this competitive race with cyber criminals and we as defenders, we must be vigilant, right? We must be cyber resilient. Cyber resilience is the alignment of prevention, detection, and response capabilities to manage, mitigate, and move on from cyber attacks. All right, so again, it speaks to having controls in all of these areas. Preventative, we need to be able to prevent these attacks from coming on. Detection, we need something that can help us there, and response. All right, so coming out of that, I would like to ask you or leave you with a couple of questions here. The first one, do you consider your organization to be cyber resilient? Secondly, are you able to detect, contain, prevent, and recover from threats to your information infrastructure? Right? Have you invested in the appropriate resources? All of these are very important questions to answer if you're going to be cyber resilient. All right, so these are some areas that you can focus on in order to be cyber resilient. And the first one is to focus on cybersecurity as a critical part of IT. So what this is actually saying is that you need to have somebody dedicated to the idea of managing cyber risks, right? At Jamaica National, we actually have a cybersecurity unit, right, which is headed by myself, and we actually do presentation, security awareness. We're not necessarily concerned with just doing policies and procedures, but we're actually involved in policing IT and to make sure that everything is safe, right? You're gonna need that. Emphasize the importance of employee awareness through communications and training. So again, the security awareness aspect is very important. In the cybersecurity chain, right, it's well understood that the weakest link is always the human being behind the machine. And that's why a lot of attacks that are very successful, right, are actually attempted using email. So we shouldn't be surprised going into the future that we're gonna see a lot more attacks using email because it works and it's targeting the individual. So certain things that you can do involves having face-to-face discussions with your staff, having quizzes, having surveys, bringing them in. At the end of the day, you want to change the culture of the organization, right, from a very lax and caring to a set of persons who are very cyber aware, and they will report stuff to you if they're suspicious. That's what you want. Beefing up your security program. So at a minimum, there are a number of things you could actually do, but one is the data backups, right? You need to at least ensure that there's an agreed schedule there and the level of integrity of your data can be verified. Secondly, your data backups must be secured. What happens once you transfer the data on the tape? Is it encrypted? Is it secure? Once you're moving that tape now to an off-site location, are you moving it in a cardboard box? Do you have that secure when you're moving it? Once you move it to the location and you're gonna store it away, is it actually in a fireproof safe or vault? Or is it just in a storeroom where everybody has access to it? Centralized patch management system. In this day and age where breaches are coming left, right, and center due to unpatched vulnerabilities, you need to actually move your program to be more than just Windows updates. I find that a lot of persons I encounter in Jamaica, they're actually patching just Windows alone. Right? We need to move beyond that. Automatic updates of antivirus and anti-malware solution, we need to do that and also include regular scans there. Management of privilege accounts and permissions, this is an area that we need to have pat again. Policies for the destruction of information printed on paper and also on digital media. We need to ensure that we have policies governing those things. Regulation of the handling of mobile devices, we need to ensure that we actually have policies in place. And on the heels of bring your own device and all of these things, I know it can be really challenging. How do you ensure that the company's information is secure on a device that the company doesn't own? Right? You need to really think through all of these things and put the necessary controls in place. Also, finally, looking at incident management. You need to ensure that if something should happen, you're prepared and you can actually address these issues. All right. So in concluding, as JNBS moves to restructure itself from an organization that is 142 years old to a commercial bank, JNBS and its IT team stands by to ensure that the network remains committed to ensuring the safety and security of all our locations and online transactions. Right? As an organization serving more than 1 million customers across 30 locations locally, spanning a wide spectrum of financial services and other industries in Jamaica, Cayman, USA, UK, and Canada, we place focus on the business of cybersecurity in our effort to safeguard our customers' sensitive data, which is critical. Ladies and gentlemen, cybersecurity is about risk management. IT security must be a part of your corporate strategy and culture. As organizations in the financial sector seem to meet and exceed customers' expectations, it is our responsibility as IT security professionals to ensure that the IT processes and infrastructure from a security perspective are efficient, effective, and secure. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. I think those of us in the business will agree with you. I think what has happened today is that just like how you guys are operating your businesses, these criminals are operating their own businesses almost exactly the same and offering you, in many instances, just as good or better customer service. I always like when law enforcement is in the room. I like speaking to police officers. So, Mr. Williams, come for me.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm not hearing you, man. Good afternoon. Oh, I'm just hearing it now. Miss Gibson, how are you? Good to see you. You know, I'm kind of getting scared already, but I'm not afraid, and we have to put the task at hand after hearing Trevor and Dwayne. I'm happy that the banking sector is putting things in place to assist the police and law enforcement to put cybersecurity in its right perspective. But I can't believe that, he knows me and know that somebody was encouraging him to do something like becoming a hacker and he didn't inform us. It means that there is a challenge coming our way, big challenge as it relates to law enforcement. Law enforcement is a bigger picture now. It's not just about guns and boots. It's more than that. It's moving into a direction and a time and place whereby the challenge is greater than we can ever imagine. But we are up to the challenge, we're up to the task, we see what is happening, and of course we have to prepare ourselves, get ourselves ready to protect the nation, to protect the people of Jamaica against criminals that are within this jurisdiction and of course outside of this jurisdiction. So as a result of that, we the Commissioner has created what we call the Communication Forensics and Cybercrime Division, which is a part of the Counterterrorism and Organized Crime Investigation Branch. What is happening is an organized criminal network that people are now becoming involved in. It's, as Dwayne said, it's much more lucrative. You know, why would a criminal want to have police chasing after him in the streets when in fact he can sit in the comfort of his bedroom, somewhere where the police can't find them, and make billions of dollars just like that? It is a challenge, and of course we have to prepare ourselves to deal with those situations. All right, so mobile money is something that has been growing, and we have observed that for the past 5 years. It has been growing and growing and growing and growing. Growing to the point where the cases are now overwhelming the persons that are there in terms of caseload from the Jamaican jurisdiction. And I must tell you that in last week, we visited a certain institution, I won't call any names, where, and I hear my colleague Dwayne spoke about emails. I'm going to have to be careful now. I now have an email which is saying, meeting, JCF meeting. I wonder what meeting is this? But because I know who I am, and then it says click here. Well, I'm saying too bad, because I won't click that. Because last week we got an email just the same, which is saying you should attend a meeting, click here, but within it, here comes a login page again. Right away, while I see that, it raised the flag. And I hear Trevor speak about how do you know that a site is authentic? And of course, once it prompts me to put in my username and password again, then that's it. I know it is not authentic. But last week we visited an institution. There was a list that has been circulated, and you will see it shortly within the public space, about a jury list. We know the Jamaican government do not invite people to become a part of the jury list by sending you an email. Yeah, we want them to get into the technological arm of things. But here it is, that they sent out an email, it says a jury list. It looks like a PDF file, but when you click on that file, it dumps onto your machine a malware, a malicious software. But within that malware, and we were able to, with the expertise of the security guys from the institution, to pull that malware apart and to see what it does. Well, that malware has a keystroke logger in it. It has a screenshot capability. It's an FTP files lying on a couple of servers across the globe. So it used social engineering, or it knew somebody's email from the company, sent them that email, the user clicked on it, and then it was able to mal-distribute that email to all the workers in that institution. Now, cybersecurity policy is key. And I agree with doing that. It's important that we educate the staff as to these possibilities. So the staff not knowing what it is, click on it, and the company's systems were infected. Because having done that, it was able to capture, and there was a lady who lost quite a tidy sum because she inputted her personal information, her debit and credit card information. Keylogger grabbed that information, grabbed the screenshot, and that was it. And we found out that the person or persons are from Jamaican descent. Jamaica is a brilliant set of people. We have them right here to deal with. So ladies and gentlemen, be careful. It also sent out another email with invoice. And we do a lot of our business online nowadays, and probably you're expecting an invoice. But in that invoice is the malicious software which has the capabilities to take your keystroke log, every information that you put in by keystroke, and of course takes a screenshot. So crime and mobile money is something to be concerned about in the Jamaican sphere, realm of things. You have heard in the news where other nations have come to these nations, give us some nice highway, we are happy about that, but they are in other business too. They bring things like skimmers here, embossing machine, create debit and credit card. You would have heard in the news that that person had to be sentenced because of what we found on their premises. People are using their computers within the ambience of their bedroom to commit various offenses online. People are doing all kinds of transactions online. And of course, because we are moving into the realm of mobile money, that's where the challenge is. So what we observe from our side of things, we have to be consistently looking in, looking out, what is happening in the Jamaican space and outside of Jamaica. Like every other hacker or person who has criminal intent, they scan your system, and we encourage you. If you think there are vulnerabilities to your system, you need to fix it right away. You need to employ cybersecurity personnel, which has the capabilities to do penetration testing, to test your system. If it has any way that criminals or persons from outside can get into your system, once they scan your system and they find or found vulnerabilities, they gain access to your system. Whether by the weakest link, a person through social engineering, strike up an argument with someone, believing they are familiar with the boss or your colleague, and right away you volunteer information, not realizing. Once they get into your system, they take control of your system. They are now able to attack the system, disrupt it, and of course, destroy your system by virtue, whether it's by encrypting your system, by virtue of ransomware or other means of criminal activities. Now, where are we from a Jamaican perspective or from a law enforcement perspective? And what do we need to do to get ourselves ready to deal with this sort of onslaught? From a Jamaican perspective, we're going to look at what we're seeing in our space from a ransomware, DNS hacking or jacking, and of course, scams and email frauds. You know, scamming is the biggest one, right? Yeah, tell you that you win $1 million and you know you didn't play lottery. It's a big problem in Jamaica. And I hear my Nigerian friend speaking that they didn't realize that he's Nigerian. But we're having challenges. I say no more. But affected sectors, personals, individuals, small and medium-sized enterprises, the financial sector, government. All of these sectors are now affected. But this is what we're seeing in terms of reported cases in the three broad categories. From a virtue of scamming, and we're focusing on phishing, spamming and spoofing. Over 341 cases, ransomware, believe it or not. We have seen over 25 cases in Jamaica. And of course, DNS hacking, we have seen 5 cases so far. And of course, the year that has gone before, we have seen a lot of government side which has been defaced. And of course, we have seen the prospect of fake sites. So, cyber extortion. Jamaica is not only about Usain Bolt and Shelley and Fraser. Cyber extortion originated in Jamaica. It was created here. And I hear my friend asking, what is Jamaica doing in terms of conviction? Well, we'll tell you now. We have one guy behind bars by the name of Ronald Oates. We can call his name. He's the famous guy who you sent an email or you put up a lot of things on Facebook. He removes you from Facebook, take off your clothes, put it in a blog and call it Jamaican Girls Gone Wild. And then someone would call you and say, Sharon, I never know that you're a star in Blue movie now. And of course, you'll call a number, and of course he says, yes, in order for us to remove it, you need to pay $100,000 or more. We have had a lot of Jamaicans have to migrate from Jamaica in prominent positions because of this. Espionage. One company spying on another company. We have cases right now that we're dealing with. Can't expose the company's name, but that is very rampant from a Jamaican perspective in terms of giving companies competitive advantage. Email fraud. And we have had emails because there's no regulation to the internet. The internet has no borders. Criminals can access Jamaican data from anywhere across the globe. We have seen that, especially from certain countries. A lot of you do business online, and of course you would have paid money online, you'd have communicated about transaction online. There's a criminal there that is looking out for these email. We have seen one case, a legal person, a lawyer. She's doing some land transaction and transfer, millions of dollars. The person got access to the email and changed just one letter in the email. If you do not look very closely, you wouldn't realize that the person intercepted the email and now channeled the email to his computer, where he now has the transaction, control of it, and channel all the money into where he wants to put it. So we have to be careful. Of course, data trafficking, as I said before, we have had one repeated offender. And we encourage parents, check your children what they're doing online. And if you see your son in the room for hours and for days not coming out on his computer, check him out. We have had situations here where mothers will sit and your sons have lots of computers in the room. And you see stainless steel fridge coming in your house. It may be a smart fridge, smart TV, smart stove. I was telling someone, we just gave a conference this weekend to the judges, lower court judges. I was telling them that I went to one of these hardware stores, and maybe you can go and get it, and I saw smart tiles. And my wife asked me, smart tiles? What is smart about those tiles? I said, maybe when we put it up on the wall, it starts talking to us. So that is where we are now. So here it is that youngsters are now within the ambience of their room, and they're able to get in people's accounts, debit and credit card account, get intercept people's email, and of course able to fill their bank accounts to billions of dollars. And of course, we have to be careful because we have the strength and we have the capabilities that we can find these criminals. I hear my colleague from Nigeria ask again, what are we doing with respect to how we get people convicted? We are moving in the right direction in terms of an establishment of a cybersecurity strategy. We also have a new cybersecurity legislation which commenced in December 2015. We think it has some weight. It has tremendous weight. You have to be careful how you use your smart device now, because there's a specific provision, Section 9, which speaks about the use of your computer for malicious communication. And it speaks about anything which brings inconvenience to a person. And let me tell you, the fine is not an easy fine. I see Member of Parliament, Sir Julian Robinson, and he was very instrumental in assisting those legislation to be passed. It has some weight now, and in the lower court you can get up to 3 to 5 years. In the higher court you can get up to a maximum of 20 years, $3 to $5 million, or $7 to $20 million. We have to set it in a way that it becomes a deterrent to the criminal element. So of course, we are now letting the clerk of courts, the prosecution, the lower court judges and the higher court judges. Prof. Dunn would have been at the conference for prosecutors. We're letting them be educated as to how to prosecute these cases, how to treat these cases, So we're moving in the right direction in terms of, once we do our investigation and the criminals are caught, we can have successful conviction. But as I say, electronic fraud is one of the offenses that we think is quite alarming at this point. And I heard you mention Inspector Dodd, which we have a specific unit that deals with that, electronic fraud. We have tools like the Fraudulent Transaction Act and the Cybercrime Act to deal with that. In 2011, we see as a minimal of 3 cases. And in 2016, so far, we're seeing over 23 cases worth in over $100 million in value. And we think it's growing, and it's growing, and it's growing. And this is something we have to deal with. So, in terms of step action, and I want to use the opportunity to advise, all the financial personnel here and security personnel. It's important that once you detect, you must be in a position to mitigate, to nullify, if there is a situation that may arise. And of course, the institution I went to last week, we wanted to investigate and bring the perpetrator to justice. But the interest of the company is to get this affected machine offline, get things back to normal, and put in place added security. But if you do that and you do not preserve the evidence, then the police can't investigate the case such that it will not affect the wider cross-section of Jamaica. So we encourage you, once you detect an offender or offenses, you need to isolate that machine, preserve it for the police to conduct a proper investigation. Also, we know a lot of institutions, and I know we're going to throw some stones right now and people are going to squeal out. But we have institutions that are just not reporting. There are a lot of offenders. They are losing millions and billions of dollars on a daily basis. I cannot call the names of the institution, but they fail consistently to report these cases. If you do not report these cases, then the police is not in a position to investigate and make the offender an example to the wider cross-section of Jamaica. So if you consistently think your insurance can take care of it, and you're not going to alarm the public by saying that you're affected, then, I think you're moving in the wrong direction. Because as a citizen, I don't want my hard-earned money to be taken away, and then you just call me in and give me back what I need to get, and then other persons in the future will be affected on a broader scale. We encourage you to report it at our unit, the Communication Forensics and Cybercrime Unit. Our offices are downtown, right across from the art gallery. If there is a case, you need to report it. We also have the Jamaica CERT, which is the actual watchdogs, where there's an incident, any computer-related incident, you need to bring it to their attention. We partner with them. Once the case has been reported to them, they get us involved to investigate the case. So we encourage you, report, report, report. Always be in a position to recover. And I heard my colleagues spoke about backup. Very, very important. Because you never know where the attack is coming from. But it's good that we are also a part of what we call the 24/7, which is a group of 70 countries globally. Jamaica is a part of that. And of course, through the treaty, the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty, we are also part of that. So as a 24/7, it means that once there's an incident and you report it, we're able to contact our partners in the 70 countries and say, here's an IP address that points to your country. Can you assist us with the investigation and find the perpetrator and help us to bring them to justice? So we are moving in that direction. And I cannot overemphasize what Dwayne has said in terms of security, security, security. Here it is that we build up this sweet and nice and dandy thing called the internet and doing all our transactions and making our life much, much easier. But we never put into perspective the security aspect of it. It is only now that we're paying some more attention, and we encourage all institutions to get, it's not an IT person, it's a separate function where you employ persons as cybersecurity persons. The IT person can't investigate themselves. It must be a separate function such that they can deal with that. Ladies and gentlemen, that is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. We're a little pressed for time. I know the presentations have been 4 excellent presentations. I notice everybody's head is still up, which is good. Keep your questions close to you. We will have the question and answer after the next session, which will start immediately after this. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to our esteemed panel for their presentations. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, so we ask you to bear with us and remain in place, and we ask the members of the next panel to come forward, and we will be starting immediately.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is William Lawrence, and luckily I can still say good afternoon and not good evening. I certainly will not overreach my position as chair, so I will be efficient by minimizing the amount of time I speak, so you can get the benefit of the expert panel. What we'll do is I'll introduce all members of the panel immediately, and then they will, in turn, make their presentation in the order in which I introduce them. To my immediate right, no stranger to anyone in this room, Mr. Julian Robinson, Opposition Spokesman on Information and Knowledge Economy. To his right, Ms. Carolyn Ferguson, ICT Consultant and Consumer Advocate. And to her right, Mr. Jerome Smalling, Treasurer, Jamaica Bankers Association, and CEO of JMB Merchant Bank Limited. To his right, Dr. Mona Hewling, Head, Cyber Incident Response Team at the Ministry of Science, Energy, and Technology. And to her right, Mr. Ordinary Tucker, Specialist in Digital Forensics and Director, Information Technology, Financial Investigations Division at the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. So without further ado, please help me to welcome Mr. Julian Robinson.
Thank you, William, and good afternoon to you all. About 2 years ago, we developed a national cybersecurity strategy which had 4 elements. One related to legislative matters, and we we had promulgated the first Cybersecurity Act in 2010, and it called for a review after a 2-year period. We went through a joint select committee, we reviewed it, we made some changes, which Warren just spoke to Inspector Williams in terms of increasing penalties and fines, and we updated it, and it was, the new Cybersecurity Act was tabled December 2015. So that was legislative matters. The second was technical matters, so we developed the CERT, which I think Monifa will speak to, and we now have a CERT in place which is functional, and we have a set of Jamaicans who are trained in managing the CERT. The third thing related to capacity building, where there are a number of both primarily in the public sector from the JCF and also MIS officers within ministries who were trained in cybersecurity and exposed to the latest cybersecurity trends. And then the fourth, and the one which is relevant to this topic, is public awareness. So those were the 4 components. For public awareness, we established a partnership with the Jamaica Bankers Association. And the bankers were very receptive and came on board early because I think they recognized the threat to their own businesses from cyber crimes. And they have actually funded significantly the cyber awareness program. In October, I know when it was launched, there were ads both in the print and electronic media. Plus, we also established a partnership with the Stop Think Connect organization. So there is a Stop Think Connect Jamaican site with Jamaican content, and that campaign was launched in October. I think the public awareness is the greatest, apart from the work banks have to do internally to protecting their systems. Public awareness is one of the most important elements in trying to mitigate cyber crimes. It's important to ensure that customers, Warren gave an example. Just last week, I almost got caught. Something came in my inbox. I think it was from FedEx. And I'd actually sent something to FedEx, so I actually thought it was real. It was last week, and I actually sent it to Monifa and asked her if this was real. And it wasn't, and it's a good thing I didn't click on it. But because I'd used FedEx, I thought it was real. But you know, public awareness is the greatest protection we have, because the potential for not just infecting our own systems, but infecting other systems is so great, because the cyber criminals are always finding new means to penetrate into systems. So with help from the Bankers Association and the work that we're doing with Stop Think Connect, we're trying to build that awareness. Is it enough? Probably not enough, but it's a start, and we hope that, I keep saying we, you know, I'm actually on the other side, but we hope that there are other entities that will come on board and ensure that we can expand and grow the program. It's particularly important that we target school children and those who embrace and use the technology and are probably more susceptible than adults, and ensure that they're aware that, you know, there are tremendous benefits to the technology, but they need to protect themselves. So I think government has led to some extent with support from the private sector in putting in place a awareness program, but more needs to be done. It needs to be more widespread, but I think it's a good start, and it's a way of ensuring that we are aware of the risks that are involved in cybersecurity. The CERT, and I know Monifa will speak to it, they send out stuff. They're not just reactive, they send out stuff proactively. In fact, I'm on the mailing list, so I got something today which, you know, if there's a particular type of threat, Warren spoke to the jury thing, which hopefully, I hope it didn't catch anybody, but it may have seemed legitimate because it came from a domain name which is consistent with the Ministry of Justice. So, you know, the CERT is also playing a role in building awareness by being proactive and putting stuff out so that the user community is aware of what is happening. So I think that is where what has been done in terms of what government has facilitated, and I think more needs to be done to build on that momentum. But I think we have a good start here. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Carolyn Ferguson, again, engineer and ICT professional, and I'm here representing the Consumer Advisory Committee on Utilities, and I'll just talk to you about cybersecurity from a little bit from that perspective. The overview of my presentation, while it's coming up, is to look at the role of the CACU in the development of cybersecurity regulations, and to also share with you the results of a survey that we did to get a consumer perspective of their own experiences and viewpoints with their online practices. So I need a presentation pretty much now. The CACU. Who is the CACU? The Consumer Advisory Committee on Utilities. We're a consumer advocate in the relationship between the consumers, the regulator, and the utility providers on regulatory matters. No? It came up when I didn't need it. Okay, we'll proceed as time is against us. There are key stakeholders in the whole matter of cybersecurity, as we all know. The government, the private sector, individuals, as well as civil society. And by civil society, we refer to consumer rights advocates and environmental groups, for example. Now, being effective as the CACU, we're a key stakeholder. And so some of the main things that would be expected or needed from us. Okay, great. We've done that. Okay, so there we are. I have the control? Okay, so we're like the red triangle. We're actually under the OUR. We're not the OUR. We're consumer advocates and we're independent of the OUR in the sense that we are able to respond and make comments on regulatory matters that affect consumers, and we interact with the utility service providers as well. Okay, so the things that we need to be effective would be our institutional maturity. We need to ensure that we have technical and industrial expertise. I'm trying to progress the slide. Okay. We need to ensure that we have technical and industry expertise on board. We should also be a part of helping to build consumer awareness, engage in the private sector, and also to engage in regional and international cooperation, which would include participating in conferences such as these. Now I'm going to go straight into the survey that we did. Now we know that bill payment is key in the relationship between consumers and utility providers, and also that the regulators implement things that affect tariffs. So this is what we got from the persons we surveyed, and then I'll explain about the persons who did respond to the survey. So in blue, most people pay their utility bills online. That's the top graph. And the one below, when asked if they had any problems making payments, most persons said no. So that's about 85% of the persons who responded to our survey. And then there were a few persons who were not using any online services, but they were very interested in doing that, mainly because of the idea of the ease and convenience. Now, we've made reference to the Stop, Think, Connect Global Online Safety Awareness Campaign with these four main pillars: increase and reinforce awareness, communicate any approaches and strategies, shift the perception of cybersecurity, although in this case, American public, engage the public. So these are the four main areas that the Stop, Think, Connect is all about. So this screenshot on the left is what our website looks like. We asked the respondents to take a look at the site and asked if they were aware of the site before doing the survey. The ones in red, 73% of them, or about 76, said that they were not aware of the site. before doing the survey. When we asked them their thoughts on the site, this is some of the feedback that I'm going to share with you now. Said it's informative, looks interesting, it's crowded, it's a good initiative, it should be aligned with corporate social responsibility. One person noted it was not very user-friendly on their mobile device. When asked to tell us about their cybersecurity awareness, how aware they were, and what it is that they did to protect themselves, in their own words, people were saying they were slightly aware, moderately aware, they were aware, or they were very aware. Some of the steps that they take, they use complex passwords, they don't register their devices, they use only the HTTPS sites, they only do their banking from home, they don't use public Wi-Fi for any financial transactions. And some actually say that, well, I don't do much. I expect the banks and institutions to cover security on their side. We asked their thoughts on mobile money and mobile and e-banking. Gave them the definition and said, okay, here's the definition of each. What do you think? On the side of mobile money, not interested, good for the unbanked, good for, that should be JSIF, PATH, NIS, etc. One person said they wouldn't trust it. Somebody said flexible alternative. One person thought it was overdue for Jamaica, and that last comment, which got cut off, said they would use it if it was efficient and they had a lot of payments that they could make using this method. On the side of mobile and e-banking, I mean, most people stated that they use it. It's good, it's convenient, important for productivity. One person even introduced the idea that the government should push for the use of the local IXP in some of these transactions so that we don't have all the data going over out of the country and then back. One person stated they will use it online, guessing from their computer, not from their phone. So, I mean, the survey was pretty much one that was pushed out within what networks we could get to. So the persons who responded, and it's not intended to represent a sample, okay? We had more females than male responding. Persons were between the ages of 29 and 68 years, and they're pretty educated, that group. So some of the professions include entrepreneur, communication specialist, a retired telecom engineer, doctor, and project manager. So, to get to the conclusion, only when governments establish common objectives, define ways to achieve them, and clarify the roles and responsibilities of stakeholders can cybersecurity be comprehensively addressed. My reference here is from the ITU paper, and they are a sponsor here, and I must say that that paper is a very good resource to assist regulators in being effective in respect of cybersecurity. The CACU that I represent, we need to ensure that our mandate evolves and adapt to this new paradigm, because it affects regulations and it will also affect the consumer experience. We can see that there is awareness among the Jamaican consumer, and we should continue the programs to raise the level of cybersecurity awareness. The Stop Think Connect campaign is a good one, and so we endorse that fully. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your time, and have a good rest of the day.
Okay, good afternoon. I noticed the panel is doing an excellent job of remaining within the 10-minute timeline, so I'll try my best to do the same. Well, I've been sitting in the meeting, and I believe most of the threats have been outlined. I believe in terms of addressing a problem, you will have where the problem is usually defined, and I believe a number of speakers would have done a very good job of defining exactly what the problem is. A number of speakers would have gone also into the technical components of what it looks like. I believe the JBA is asked to present primarily because we have partnered with the government, but not only that. speaker before would have indicated that the primary reason for these guys, well, most of them is really financial gains. And where is the best place to go to get that? I suspect to the banks. And we're here basically in an effort to highlight how these threats are affecting the banking sector and some of the things that we're trying to do, as well as how we're engaging with our clients. I believe the key thing to think about, and I won't give you the answer today, for one reason, I don't have it, but understand that the liability is shifting in terms of who pays it back whenever this occurs. So the question is, how did it occur? Is it because of the negligence of the client or the negligence of the bank? So think about that, and then we will, over time, I suspect the information will become available in terms of who will. So far, banks in Jamaica have been picking up most of the bill. In most instances, the banks are covering it. But the banks have now started to say, look, we are going to try to deep dive to determine the source of how does this thing occur, how did the breach occur, and is the client really negligent, and is it negligence that resulted in the attack? So, okay. So the banking landscape continues to expand in direct response to client needs. So I know in the days when I was growing up, in the dark ages, we had passbook and people used to complain about long lines. And so the latest thing we have, a speaker earlier spoke about Bitcoins, which is actually future to mobile banking. That, just so you know, is something that cannot be stopped because it is independent of institutions. And clients are saying, we want to conduct business, well, people generally are saying, we want to conduct business independent of institutions. And it's flowing, so the blockchain which runs the Bitcoin is not only infringing on banks and trying to disintermediate banks, it's also trying to disintermediate things that we think would be novel, like Uber. People are saying, why do I have to pay somebody to be able to use Uber or Airbnb? So unfortunately, as an industry, we are also forced to evolve in response to threats that our clients now face and will continue to face. Okay, so basically attacks against the financial industry are becoming increasingly sophisticated. So I won't have to go through the slide again because all the information would have been covered. Basically how the criminals are setting themselves up to attack the bank, and by extension you or clients. I think we need some assistance in terms of, okay, so speakers would have spoken about the fact that the attackers are actually trying to infiltrate the organization, and some of that is facilitated by poor behavior in terms of employees as well as thank you very much. I'm used to the remote at home. Sorry. I guess I shouldn't be speaking at a technology conference. I can't even find my way around the remote. Okay, so basically to decrease the effectiveness of such attacks, banks have done a number of things, and including most importantly communication, and try to improve how quickly we can respond to those attacks. Our banks have not reported any exposure to denial of service to date, which would be the whole taking over of your system. No bank in Jamaica has reported that to date. Increasing trend in cyber attacks against our clients though, and so breach of database, collusion with employees, fraudsters accessing personal and financial information. All these would have been, and that's an example of a recent mail that would have hit the banking sector in Jamaica. Some of the websites that are being used. and of course wire frauds and how it is perpetuated. Big part of what occurs, and this has moved into the cyberspace, and that is the use of third parties. For example, people are renting their accounts out to criminals, so they are facilitating the use of their accounts. So legitimate account holders are facilitating the transactions. So the fraudsters' motivation disrupt the financial services industry and have the potential to disrupt Jamaica's economy. I indicated earlier when I started out that the primary reason for most of them pursuing this path is for financial gains. And I suspect because most of the financial gains are stored in banks, like in Howard's bank, not mine, it is the easiest place to attack. Response required. We have had several speakers that have spoken about how do we go about addressing it. I believe I cannot overemphasize communication to our clients. There's this famous saying that the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. And I'll say it again, the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. And that's in respect to whether or not the bank is liable or the client. So no longer can we say, oh, the bank will take care of it. We need to look out for ourselves, because if we are negligent and our funds are taken, it is going to be up to us. So the government response, Julian spoke about it earlier. He also indicated, thanks to him, that the banks aren't all bad, because we partnered with him and actually financed it. And of course, it was led by NCB. Kudos to them in terms of getting it all together. And of course, you're seeing that campaign on the TV now. So you see a number of things that we would have done. And of course, staff training is key for us. So we'll say protect yourself online, stop, think before you click. The public awareness education program, the slide will indicate exactly what it looks like. And of course, the stop, think, click will be addressed by my colleague on the panel. So a number of tips as well. Keep clean machines, ensuring that you are very vigilant, protecting your personal information, being aware of the computers that you're using to access. Be good online citizens, own your online presence, and of course, I say thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I've been here for 2 days, and I realize that a lot of people refer to me. She will talk about it. She will mention it, that sort of thing. Okay, I'm not going to do that, because most of what I would have covered, I could just say ditto, 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 and most people cover the thing. So I'll focus on the awareness program that we have. In July, we launched a public education and awareness program targeting all users of technology in Jamaica. In October, we had Cybersecurity Awareness Month, where we had a lot of activities, and the program continues, because I find we put something out and someone will say to me, I thought Awareness Month was over, but I said, this is cybersecurity, we have to continue. So this is an ongoing program that we have. We do sessions in schools, churches, all different organizations, different institutions, wherever you are, we come to you and we give a cybersecurity awareness talk, and it's tailored for the group that we speak to. What is it we're up against? We're up against all these things that we mentioned today. Social engineering is what's taking us over, because we put up all our firewalls and our all different things to protect our devices, but all you need is one person who did not see that email warning to click on something, and the entire thing comes down. So that is why we need to have awareness programs. And I'm saying why, because there are actually persons among us who don't think what we're doing is necessary. I've been asked on Twitter, why is it you guys are focusing on awareness? I didn't respond. And I know Trevor is having a conversation with someone on Twitter also about the awareness program. But persons need to be made aware of the issues that exist. They must know that different things can happen while using the cell phone, the smartphone that everyone has. So they must be made aware of it. We don't need to scare them into hiding it and not using it, but they must be aware of the issues. We must promote safe use of these devices. And in the longer run, we hope to create some social change, some cultural change, where we really stop and think before we click, which is our tagline. Persons have been referring to the website, which Mr. Robinson mentioned, that we signed on to the campaign, Stop, Think, Connect, and we have a Jamaican version, and we heard some data about that. Yes, we are responsible for that website at Jamaica CERT. It needs a bit of updating. She has an older version there. But it's trying to push the message that persons must be made aware. And we can't just sit as technical people, because most of the persons in here would be technical and aware of some things, and you'd be surprised that some of the technical people are not aware either. But we know, but we can't assume that everyone knows. In every corner of Jamaica, someone is on a smartphone on Facebook. Do they know the risks that comes with using that? I can assure you they don't. Or youth in schools, when we do youth presentations, the things that you hear. When I told them not to use passwords across platforms, I was almost thrown out of an auditorium in Manchester. They said, that is too much work. And I had to explain to them why. When we tell them that I recommend that you not take certain pictures, whether or not you intend to share it, because you don't really have to share it. Someone can just get access to them and share it for you. So we need to make persons aware. Jamaica CERT and what we do, we basically respond to cybersecurity related issues. It's supposed to be within GOJ, but most of our calls that we have been getting are from private persons, and as a cybersecurity professional, you can't say no. Sorry, you're not in GOJ, we can't help you. So we have been reaching out to everyone and responding to whoever calls us. We don't necessarily come to the person who is a private individual, because that takes in a whole lot of other legal stuff. But we will respond on the phone and guide you as best as we can. In terms of GOJ, we send out alerts, advisories. Sometimes I wonder, do they read them through? Like with the jury selection, this has been going out since I sent out the first one in March. I sent out a fifth one in November, and someone called in November to say, I've seen this in the newspaper. Have you guys sent out anything to GOJ? Luckily, that was on the phone, so he never really saw my reaction. But for those who are on the mailing list, we urge you to read these and share with your colleagues. We don't do it because we have nothing else to do. We sometimes leave our homes, go into the CERT labs to put together an alert because we see something is urgent, and we send it out. So we are here to help, not to just point out your shortcomings and bash you. We are actually here to help. So when we call and tell you that we suspect something may be up with your website or something may be going on in your system, we are not trying to pick you out of the crowd. We are trying to help because we are here to work together to make Jamaica one of the best and having a robust cybersecurity framework. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I think I'm going to have to do a sprint this evening to catch up with my colleagues. We're talking this afternoon about citizens' awareness of the use of online facilities. And I believe it's a very big challenge that we're facing. And all that has been said so far today is indicative of the challenge that we're experiencing. And so I'm hoping that persons are taking away from here the the seriousness of the matter that we are facing, and will convey the information to others around, members of staff, members of family, etc. So I'll try to speed through. What we're finding is that there are millions of persons who are being impacted on a daily basis. This slide is from Norton. If you should look at the amount of persons, there's an area that talks about the amount of persons per minute, per hour, every 14 victims every second. That's what it's saying. Those are the challenges we're facing. This is another slide from Norton. Millions of persons, their identities are being exposed. Millions of cybercrimes are being committed on a daily basis. We heard just now about password being used across platform. Persons are doing that. There are many persons who don't have passwords on their smartphone or their tablets or whatever it is. And in some situations when people have passwords on them, then these passwords are significantly limiting. Hewlett-Packard did a research, and from what we're seeing is that there is a significant amount of money that is involved. Worldwide, in this year they're saying that there's $9.5 million worth of loss that is being experienced by financial institutions. Ransomware, they talk about per incident, $156,000. Stolen user credentials, the figure is there, $232,000. The issues, the four main issues, and many persons have spoken about these issues before: information loss, business disruption, revenue loss, equipment damage. These are some of the issues that persons are facing. Now, here's where we are. Internet of Things is the reality. Everything is there, right? Everybody is online. Your television, everything, your refrigerator, all of those things are there. According to this research by Extra Network, they're saying that 25 billion by 2020, 25 billion devices will be online. And I'm not going to go through all of these things. But at the bottom, we're saying that capacity management and security at that time will be one of the greatest challenges. Now, we don't need to wait until 2020. Right now, that is one of the situations that users are facing. This is also the emergence into the internet and everything in Jamaica is also being facilitated by the Electronic Transaction Act. There was a little slow take-up just at the outset of when this act was passed. But businesses, and it is being led significantly by government, with enabling a lot of government sites for transactions to take place, like the tax offices, etc. And it is now persons are now getting on, businesses are now doing that. It allows for agreeing parties to exchange documents. Basically, in a nutshell, that's what the E-Transaction Act facilitates. So with all of that, people are online. I'm calling it online living. Wherever it is that you are, whatever it is that you're doing, people are moving from the brick and mortar. Nobody goes down to Pavilion Mall or wherever it is in Alpha Tree and to do their shopping anymore. They're going straight to eBay or Amazon. That's it. Online tax payment, Bitcoin, online learning. Over the past year or two, I'm sure that I've taken about 4 or 5 online programs. Entertainment is online. The financial institutions are also driving their customers online. And these are some of the reasons why they have given for that. The expense in person-to-person transaction, competitive innovation, and anytime banking. These are some of the things. Here's a statement from Kevin Corbin, writing on CIO. Cyber victims, cyber experts warn that lax security of billions of new network Internet of Things devices will create a target-rich environment that could have devastating consequences. I don't know if I need to expound on that. We are saying that a lot of these devices that are connected are not secure. And as such, If they remain like that, then there is going to be a significant challenge. Here is another piece of research. So someone spoke earlier about mobile apps. Here it is. These are paid mobile apps. It's saying that for iOS, partially more than 50% of it is apps. And for Android, this person is saying more than 100 in their research, 100% has been act. For free apps, it is something similar for iOS, but a little bit better for Android, with 73% being act. For financial apps, 23% of financial apps on iOS is said to be act, while on Android it's 53%. Now the other day I had an interesting situation. I had an opportunity to travel courtesy of the government, and when I landed in London, one of the things that happened, I got lost in London, and two, I was accosted by a police officer, and I was wondering, okay, is it because Tesco was act? I don't know. It asked me about heroin, so, but I was glad that I wasn't asked about this particular act. They blamed the situation on internal system failures. Now, I think some persons have spoken about the challenge that we have in terms of failures on the inside. Insiders having a problem and not doing what is right and compromising our systems. So when a person goes online, what should they be thinking about? What do you think about when you get online? Well, there are some suggestions that we are experiencing in terms of threat to users. And this is what the common person should be aware of. Authentication is being compromised. Messages are being intercepted. Applications, the mobile apps that we download, these are being compromised in a significant way. And ultimately, we are experiencing financial loss. One of this research by Hewlett-Packard says 68% of funds that have been lost from financial institutions are never recovered. They're saying that some of them have gone for 170 days without being detected. So the question is, are we aware? Are we aware of the challenges that we are facing? We are speaking about this stop, think, connect, what should I call it? Program, right? And I'm recognizing that there are entities around the world that are bought into this program. And I'm here saying that it's a good program and it must be propagated throughout the schools, throughout the community, throughout our organization. Everybody must get onto this program so that we can bring the awareness to a higher degree. These are some of the things that we must be aware of. These are not new things. Phishing, link jacking. Persons on your website replace a link or change the direction of a link, or like jacking. I learned that the other day, where everybody is now on Facebook doing a like, and persons can change where it should be going. Now at the bottom I have here method swizzling. For those programmers, a person is able to change the method that is supposed to be executed to another method. And sometimes what happens is that persons will download the application and re-upload it with a changed method inside of it. So my suggestions are, avoid these things. Hyperlinks in email. We spoke about that before. Search engine results. Pop-up windows, unexpected steps, unsafe internet connection, jailbroken or rooted devices. Now the question is, how many of our phones that we admit in our organization are jailbroken? Unsecure websites. Please do use strong emails, different password for each account. Somebody said that earlier. Never disclose logon or account details. Somebody asks you that on the site, don't do it. Keep electronic receipts. Keep your bank statement. Check it very regularly. The last one I have is be social media savvy. When I'm teaching IT security, this is one of the concepts I use. Managed paranoia. I am saying to people, be paranoid if you want to be in terms of security, because you can't determine. Somebody earlier said that if you look at it, it will not necessarily say that I am compromised. No. There are three things that I'm going to be looking at. There's a need for legal protection for customers. Data Protection Act, Data Retention Act, that's mine. I'm saying Data Retention Act must be there also. The right to be forgotten, penalty for breaches, cybersecurity, insurance. I'm not heard that spoken of anywhere yet. Issues with businesses. Businesses must protect their customers. Reporting, that was spoken of before. There's a need for information to be reported to the CERT or other authorities. Mandating companies to correct information that is held by their customers. Mobile apps that collect unnecessary information. Those are challenges. But here are some hindrances. One person will say, I'm not an IT expert, so that's not my thing, you know? But everybody has a smartphone. This doesn't apply to me, one person say. But because they are an administrator, and so they will try to find a workaround, and so these things doesn't apply. I have nothing important on my phone, somebody said, but here's the thing. You may be the weak link. And another person will say, oh, my banks secure my thing. So should I do anything about it? I'm saying you are also a target. So all of us have a responsibility to protect ourselves. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give the panel another round of applause. I couldn't leave without saying, what an impressive panel. If you think about when we started, 5 papers. Think about the other sessions. Another round of applause, please. And in the same vein, because I know you have 2 sets of questions, I'm going to ask the panel to take their leave and invite Professor Dunn right away to not only give you the closing remarks, but maybe take a few questions. Prof. Dunn.
Thank you very much, William, and thanks everybody for your patience. It will only be a few minutes more now, but it depends on you. We are open to questions in case there are any questions. Can we ask panel to just stay in place for a few moments? Apparently there are not that many questions. Do we have one? Okay, we have at least one.
My name is Dwayne Smith. I've been directing to the representatives from the government and the financial institutions. So there's a shared responsibility between the clients and the financial institutions in combating cyber threats. I've noticed though that the financial institutions are falling short. Best practice stipulates that you should have or implement dual or multi-factor authentication. From my personal interaction with 5 institutions locally, 1 only asks for a password, single factor. 2 of them ask for password and security question. Though trying to implement dual factor is still a single factor because you're using something you know twice. 1 out of the 5 actually implemented dual factor using a password and a key token. It begs to ask a question, what other aspects of the financial institutions are following best practices? To the financial institutions, what auditing mechanism is in place to ensure that you are following best practices? And for government, is there any framework in place to monitor and hold institutions accountable to ensure that they are maintaining and applying best practices?
Okay, so I think the questions were directed, so please choose to respond as you have in mind.
Okay. The only thing I can say is that I'm not an IT guy. So I think your questions are very pointed, and I'll take them back to our IT security team. But understand that I know a lot of times we beat up on the banks, but the fact is that the whole idea of compliance and the idea of protecting our clients is job number one. And we invest heavily. We access consultants across the world to provide us with state-of-the-art and good practices to protect our clients and to protect our own assets. So in terms of addressing your specific questions, as I said, I will take it to our IT security consultants. But as to date, we have not in our institution had any cases whereby people would have infiltrated the institution as a result of what you referred to, which is the dual entry.
I can only speak as a customer here, and I know NCB is represented, and they probably will want to talk about what they just introduced. I give me a cue. I don't have BNS do it. I use both platforms, and I know NCB just introduced something which I think would address what you're talking about.
Okay, so we are using dual factor authentication at NCB. We have introduced it for our corporates, and we're now testing it for our retail customers. As far as it being best practice, they asked about what we're doing from a legislative perspective, or what the government is doing. So it's not a mandated requirement. And although for IT general, we say yes, it's better to have multi-factor authentication and a single factor. It's not required anyway, so the banks are doing it of their own volition. Is showing that we're taking the right steps. So we're in fact following best practice. Some people are slow to the market than others. We know which file you check, or we have it, and then a couple other banks that do. So I'm not sure which file you check that we have. But we have that in place, and as I said, we have launched for our corporate is fully launched, and we're actually doing it for everything.
Okay, so I believe that's likely to be the last question.
It's not a question.
Oh, it's a comment.
As it relates to what is the government doing. Right, so there is nothing in law that requires financial institutions to do certain things. So just as an example that you pointed out, but you'd have heard about the Data Protection Act, which is coming. And some of these things that you're querying would be addressed in that. It's just to give an example. Right now, this is like a very real situation. The presentations that were being done, we're talking about ensuring that backward data and so on. One of the most interesting things about how we do things, not only here, it's not unique in Jamaica, but you know, if an institution, I'm not targeting banks, guys, if an institution has your personal data, backs it up, and is transporting it outside, and something happens to that data en route, the institution is not required to inform you that your data has been compromised. It's our best practice that they should do that, but there is nothing that requires them to do that. So legislation needs to be put in place to ensure that this is the case. It's not there now, but if you were here earlier this morning, you would have heard the Minister speak to promulgation of data protection legislation. This is a very important thing because it not only creates the requirement for institutions that hold, personal identifiable information. And I understand this is not restricted to banks. There are a lot of institutions that have your information. They too need to be required to protect your data when you give it to them. So, including government, by the So I think for those who are interested and concerned about that, data protection legislation should interest you a lot. So pay close attention to that when the discussion starts.
Thank you very much, Trevor. We have one more question.
Good afternoon, I'm Muriel Bailey and I'm a consumer. I tried to pay a bill recently. I pay all my utility bills online, and after I finished paying the bill, I thought it was successful. I got 2 messages. One said, your credit card has been processed successfully, and then under it another one says, this transaction has failed. So as one of the speakers said, I went and I tried it again because I said, uh-oh. But I took a screenshot of it, I said, in case, and I did it again and the same thing happened. So I checked my credit card account, everything was fine. I checked my online utility account and it showed it as unpaid. Unpaid, right, not yet paid. So I went to the utility company and paid it by check. Alright, so I tried it again the next month, which was this month, and I got the same thing. Credit card processed successfully, transaction has not been gone through successfully. Now my question is, what do I do if, because it's not showing on my credit card, and just coming here today and listening to all of this, it seems that something might be awry with that particular website, and I'm just wondering if it so happens that something happens on my credit card, God forbid, but what do I do? Like, where's my recourse? Who do I report to? The police, to the bank, or to, I was doing it on a Bill Express site. Right, so and I tried to get them, I called them, and they put me on hold. I called again, and I said, something going on funny here, but then I didn't pursue it because, as I said, my accounts were fine, but I just want to know who do I report, or what do I do if something happens to my account?
Okay, so somebody from the panel might want to respond.
I may suggest that the institution whose website you're using or service you're using, you need to send them an email, copy the screenshots that you have, into an email to their customer service person, and possibly follow it up with a call. Good and happy that you were not compromised in the whole process, but it is something that since you have received, but since you have had this experience, it means that the service is not working properly, possibly. So that's the first point. Even if it's not their site, then they need to report it to them. If it's a phishing site, they still need to report it to them. They need to know that there is a situation that is out there that need to assist their customers.
Okay. Do you want to?
Yeah, just in addition to what would you do? Once again, I'm a victim also. They could be waiting. So it could be a phishing exploitation. They're taking your data. They're waiting 2 or 3 years before they come back to strike. So you should change your username or password if you ever. Don't think that because it didn't go through that nothing happened. It's not always.
Okay, I think we are at the point where we should be winding down. I just have a few closing remarks and some appreciation mentions. After all, we've spent a day and a half here discussing mobile money, online banking, and citizen awareness. We've had 25 presentations across this day and a half from a range of companies and agencies. We will be presenting or making available those presentations online. So all of the presentations, once we get permission from the presenters, will be online and available for your access in PDF. We also have the presentations from the last 2 or 3 conferences, and therefore we are building up a strong database and a body of information that you can track right through the process. For this conference, we've had some outstanding presentations as we have had on previous ones, and in the course of which we have developed a kind of word cloud, including such expressions as malvertising, hackout, fleshware, thermal heat signatures, online living, and managed paranoia. So you've added to your vocabulary, if nothing else, and I hope and know that you must have added also a lot to your personal knowledge, because a lot has been said and a lot has been absorbed in the course of these few days. I mean, just to mention 2 or 3 of the things that stood out for me. Surely the notion of a specialist in cybersecurity in the company or enterprise is an important measure that is emerging now in a repeated kind of way. We have heard multiple references to the Data Protection Act. As I said previously, we have had successive promises, and we hope that that can be realized before we meet again here next year. And we have a suggestion which is to be fleshed out and tested, but something which has attracted quite a bit of attention, and that is the notion of institutional cybersecurity ranking, so that people can judge what to connect to based on their status. So these are just a couple thoughts, a few thoughts from what has emerged. As usual, we will extract the 10 or 15 major outcomes, and we will be putting them online as well, and you will be free to add your own thoughts as we build out and keep online that website, the same one that you registered at, cybersecurity.carimac.com. Let me then turn now just to our appreciation. I want to thank our panel members, our panel chairs, our sponsors and partners. Very much appreciate their input. Our speakers from overseas especially, some of them coming from partner institutions that have worked with us through these 4 years. I want to thank the media and technical support, MITS from the University of the West Indies, CARIMAC IT, and also to thank in particular some colleagues from CARIMAC who have made this particular event possible, including Daniel Stewart, who has been writing to the presenters, including Soelin Pingi, including Al McLaren, and the whole team that you have seen active around here. In closing, I want to take the opportunity to indicate to you that next year's conference is likely to be held on the 28th and 29th of November. Always November, but easy to remember this time because it's the same 2 sounding dates, the 28th and the 29th of November, 2017, except those will be a Tuesday and a Wednesday. Looking forward to your participation. Once again, to all of you who have been so patient, who have been so responsive, who have come back repeatedly to this conference, including Mr. Robinson, including the sponsors and the partners, we say thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you all again next year this time. Thank you very much.